night. So cold rocket dreams, resilience in the fold. Hedge pressurizing, the charts are bold. DD bands rapping, stories untold. Riding with rocket scooter AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory. Heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their cloud. Riding with rocket scooter AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. The pulse ascending, mind on fire, never ending. Trees of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Riding with rocket scooter AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory. Heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their cloud. Checking the charts with AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, checking the charts. Midnight glory. Sanctuary in awe, it's blending. Mind on fire, never ending. Dreams of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night.
What's up? What's up? Welcome to the stream. You're ready to rock? See some rockets in chat. What's up? All that love from chat. Man, you gotta be happy about how big we space. We're the OGs of futures trading. We've been here streaming since 2016. Real accounts for all the babies out there started streaming, the little ones, the newbies, kiddos. Everyone's trading prop accounts. This day, everybody wants to be a streamer. However, we're growing so quick. Be that number one slot one of these days. We're now the second largest watched futures trading live stream. Not a prop show. Total daily views. What was the reason for that? Live trading. Show trades on screen. The biggest Discord membership of any Discord out there. And it's because you guys are awesome. I just gotta say, you guys are awesome. Y'all make that Discord worth being in. I don't even post in my Discord. I don't even put call outs in my Discord, nothing. You guys carry that Discord. Y'all do all the work for each other. People told me it's the best trading Discord they've ever seen. Got a message like that last night. There's a reason. Traders here are the best. Oh, I look tired. Oh, I got fucked up last night. And I'm gonna be partying all night tonight too, so this is gonna be crazy. We had like 10 people come over for steak night. Oh, let me show you the steaks. I finally, these steaks came out pretty decent. So my second time cooking steaks on the griddle. Right, so I got me a flat top griddle. And I finally made steaks on it. Last time I got the temp all wrong. The griddle cooked the steak too fast, so it overcooked. And this time I went super cautious. I made 3 bone-in ribeyes, and look, I got these guys perfectly rare. A little bit fatter, a little bit rare to medium rare. Look at this. Look at that. Look at perfect crust. Oh yeah. So we had a huge group of people come over, and then we were just that and grilled vegetables, sides, carrots. I mean, the carrots and peppers and corn, all that. But look at that. Look at that. I got the char on it with the griddle. Got the nice red in the middle. Oh yeah. We made steaks, and everybody, you know, everyone partook in dessert and sort of just sat around and played board games for a couple hours and did goofy shit and, you know, had fun. Did I chore last night? I did. I certainly did. As soon as we got the yellow line, I piled it on a short and kaboom. To my account. Sorry, right here. Not there, right there. Probably about midnight. Put in a short. Put in a limit loss. Woke up with money. That was the way it works. I did reverse sear this time, and to make sure that the temperature came out the right way, I took my thermometers out there with me and put the probes in the steak while I seared them. So to get used to how long it takes, because it's in the dark and it's on a flat top griddle, and it sears pretty quick. I took them out the oven at 105 instead of like 110 like I normally do, and then I threw them on to sear. I did about 45 seconds aside, and I flipped them 3 times. 1, 2, 3. I got it perfect. And as soon as that third flip was there, is a perfect crust, and they were exactly 135 in the middle. I kept the probe in there. So it's like cooking on the flat top griddle is a little more challenging because I don't have the timing down. I'm so used to cooking on convection. Sous vide. Oh, sous vide is like a stop loss for your steaks. Oh, 100%. But then you get sous vide, you gotta set up and prep all day. We have a sous vide. This is more of a last minute steak night that got moved ahead because tonight's the big party. Sous vide's perfect. Yeah, sous vide's the way to go. Although sous vide being like a stop loss for your steak is also like a day-long commitment. Reverse searing those steaks, you get it just right. It's 10-15 minutes in the oven, 3-4 minutes on the grill, and you get that timing right. And out. Am I ready for new Knife Catcher's Anonymous song? As always. Yeah, I have a sous vide, and I love to use it. The problem is that we never have like, oh, you guys want to do steak night tomorrow? And then we're all prepped and ready to go, and then I can set up the sous vide and cook it. I never have, even though I've done that before, and it turned out perfect. I'm talking perfect, with no thought. How's Inky moving today? Probably to the downside. So, I think that to the way that we've been trading. So I'm on my path to Millie for you guys. Y'all want to watch me make some money in this account rather than double it and take money out. Which is normally what I do. Double the account, take it out. Double the account, take it out. Just the account partitioning trick. You guys want me to run this 2 million, so that's what I'm gonna do. But I need to pick up the pace. I've been floating around this 250 level for like a week. Gotta pick up the pace here and keep going. I shorted from yellow line on S&P. I still have that greater suspicion. The market is pulling back. Into earnings. That's what I feel. Slightly 30K Matt. This is correct. But anyways, yeah, as I said last night, we partook in desserts and board games. So, we stayed up kind of late, like, giggling and munching. You know what I mean? Doing the good stuff. How about hedging puts over the last few days? I contemplated it the day that we had 0.2 DD ratio 0.2. I contemplated loading up to get some puts into earnings, but the thing is that we immediately dropped out of it the next day, and I started like on this day right here. I was contemplating it 2 days ago. I was like, maybe I should buy some puts just in case. And I have not executed. The only reason why is because the monthly maps flipped completely back to bullish. And that particular day, well, also that day I wasn't home to trade. So normally when that day would have happened, I would have prepped everything and would have it caught me off guard, so I didn't even get a chance to do it anyways. But also yesterday I was contemplating it and then we recovered and I said, never mind. So this big update, usually when things are like down, down, down and DD ratio is like 0.2 or whatever, here's when it was 0.2. Here's when it broke below 0.5. Then I start to say, okay, where monthly maps are bearish, DD ratio is so low. All right, maybe I'll buy some puts on the very next update. We had the very next update. And I was at the mall. So this didn't happen. So I didn't buy any puts. And then yesterday, market recovered and was back to bullish. And I was like, okay, well, not going to buy puts. So if we somehow breach back in the bear territory one more time, I'll probably be in puts. I usually do is I wait for that very next screen update to load up on them, which I still could right now, maybe by the end of this week. If conditions turn out to be weird today, I might contemplate that same sort of thing. Oh, we'll see. Well, I don't have the overnight blue hedge pressure line in the mornings. No reason other than there's just enough lines to trade off of. It's not the most important of the pivots. So I leave the overnight monthly on there because I'm trying to decide like a bigger bull or bear play for the longer run of the day. The blue is more of a scalping thing, and it doesn't really like, while there is always a play off of it, I use the morning calculation as my daytime trade. People just started telling me to leave both of them on there because they were saying they're such good pivots in the daytime. It's one extra good pivot. While it still could be there, it's just like one extra line on the screen that I can do without a scalp. I really want to see the greater market version of this, the bigger one. Instead of making expensive steak, can I make my friends pot brownies and satisfy their needs afterwards with Cheez-Its? That would be a lot cheaper. Yeah. That would be a whole lot cheaper. Yeah, can I come over for steak tonight? Hell yeah, dude. Come on over. Well, actually, no, tonight's the big party. So I'm not cooking tonight. I'm gonna tell you though, this party is gonna have like just about anything you could want there. It will have anything you can want there, except for steaks. 23 minutes till market opens, guys. There won't be steaks at this party. I need to... Oh, shoot, I closed that tab down. I gotta reload all my giveaway stuff. One second. Well, yeah, we stayed up a little late last night, but also I probably should have got a better night's sleep because we're gonna stay up all night tonight. This is gonna be a night that leads into the morning. We got 37 minutes. S&P services, S&P Global Services PMI, Manufacturing PMI, and Composite PMI all coming out. Michigan numbers coming out this morning. Dallas Fed PCE. We already got PCEs, so it's the Dallas one. It's just one data point. Okay. All right. We'll look at those numbers when they come out. How do you feel like today's play? I feel like the market is trying to push its way lower. Today's play, we're obviously gapping within a 15-point range. Be very strong in the arbitrage trade, so I think I'm going to follow ARB pretty specifically. If we hit half gap and RES is at or below 0 and ARB is negative, I'm going to short it down. That's the play. I do think that the market is still trying to figure out what it's going to do off of this. Usually these big days like this, we can revisit what happened last April, right? We had kind of like, you know, the market did this and it sort of just like tried to work its way lower to bleed off some of that, or it took off. You know, this is all Trump related stuff. I remember back here, I did remember about those calls on that play. The market was, again, you know, still in its trajectory. The Trump tweet gave some hope, but the market still wasn't done turning around just yet. And what I think is that despite what we've seen the last couple days, it's really in that same sort of, you know, if we erase the expiration mechanic of this day, you can kind of just see that leading into earnings, right? We had the government shutdown was the big selling. We had the recovery. And then we just had this weird sort of mechanic where, you know, people are just taking profit while chasing the silver and gold trade. You remove the expiration mechanic and remove the Trump kind of tweet. You kind of have the market like sort of retracing this into earnings, I feel. I feel like that's where we'll land on earnings. Like right smack down in the middle of this. It's just me, but that's what I think. Yeah, red line 67.14. Like I think the market, and now again, this is a far bit of distance to travel for earnings. This is like takes like a month almost to get there. But I think that the market is you know sort of like stabilizing before earnings, and I don't think it's going to rally into major earnings because this is why people were selling. A little bit of that pre-earnings scare. We got these yellow lines in the way. Now I don't think that today this is going to drop like a rock. I think that today is not going to break highs off of these hourly candle highs right here. I think that this is seeding us to where lower low and lower low, but a slower lower low, if it makes any sense. Like a sort of gentle drift down, up 40, down 80, up 40, down 80 sort of thing in NASDAQ. S&P up 10, down 20. Slow non-volatile drift lower. So like here, we pop up to the close, we might reject and continue to pull. Lower DD band, maybe bounce, maybe settle here today. Again, just me, but we break this yellow line. It's pretty significant downside potential over the longer haul. I think that the opening move goes up to here. We check resilience if it's even positive or negative. We'll probably, you know, flip flop around. And if it is negative, then we just have a day like this, maybe. Last night, you can feel it in European session. You can just look at this and the volume started picking up. Everyone's getting squeezed and it just fell like a rock. This little pre-market bump up and then reset down to the lows. We're going to get about 100 points gap down in negative in NASDAQ. And then about 20 points gap down in the S&P. So it's a significant amount of wiggle room to play this. I use the ARB indicator to plan for trade. It's not to plan for the trade, it's to react. So when it's very positive or very negative, it tells you that the index is being stretched from the futures price. And so as a leading indicator, if ARB is very positive, like 25 on S&P, I'll tell myself that the S&P futures have 25 points to go to get to the implied value is a possibility for a leading indicator or a leading move. As it is a leading indicator, it's designed to forecast the move the stocks may make. Now, what I have to do on top of that is watch the stocks to make sure the stocks are pressing in that same direction. That the ARB, it's like if, for instance, if Nvidia crosses above half gap and ARB jumps really big, it tells you, okay, Nvidia is about to move. And so it says the Nasdaq can move 40 points to catch up if Nvidia moves. Then I watch Nvidia. If Nvidia crosses above half gap and I look at Nvidia and it keeps going, then I'm like, okay, I got that ARB move ready to go. If Nvidia loses its spot, loses that level, then I can say, okay, I probably don't have that much confidence anymore. So I go hand in hand with the stocks, and it allows me to go see which stocks are ready to make that. Let's get this bag, baby. All right, y'all know the rule. Everybody hit the like button right at the start of the day. Y'all got to 1,000 yesterday. I gave away 3 Tradeify straight to fundeds. Today, I'll give away, you know, similar 10 accounts as I always do. And Futures D Skinny has noted that when they're stretched, something moves to snap. And doesn't necessarily have to be the futures that move. That's correct. What we assume is in a rational market, most days, the stocks will move first and the index will travel, but they can do one or the other. Arbitrage, they trade towards each other. And so what we try to make the bet is that futures will track the stocks more often than stocks will slam up to match the futures. But you're right. You know what I mean? It can go either way. Most days, we try to make the assumption in a rational market that the stocks will lead the index futures, and that's the assumption. But then, like when ARB doesn't work, it could be the other way around. That it looks like, you know, the stocks are pulling down. It looks like the futures are going to snap down, and then the stocks snap back up, and the futures keep going. Can happen. The pink line is just something I marked as the longer term gap fill in the S&P. This is a long gap fill from months ago, and it's just still sitting there. Right. I'm doing for France. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I'm actually like, I'm not gonna lie. This is the shirt I wore last night too. I passed out in my bed. I made a trade. Like, my friends are still here, and I made a trade. And I was like, I'll make a trade. We're gonna, you know, party and play board games. So we played like, I don't remember what it's called. Some game where you read the cards and it's a bunch of gibberish, but you read the gibberish and it's supposed to say a phrase, and you're supposed to figure out what the phrase is. Catchphrases, maybe, I don't know, something like that. But it was like a sexy version of it. So it was like, the card would be like, I'm up 26K already, yeah. What is it? Like, let me see if is that the name of the game, Catchphrases? It was hilarious. Yeah, not Catchphrases, what the heck was it? Anyways, it'd be like, no, Incoherent. Thank you. Incoherent, that's the game. Thank you. Yeah, so I cooked steak for everybody's Incoherent. Let me give you an example of like what it's like. It was actually pretty funny, but this was like sex version of Incoherent. So, it would be like, I think I can find like a cool picture of like what the cards would look like. Here's a good picture of it. Yeah. It's kind of funny. The sexy version was even funnier. You get like these cards, right? And it says like, you're going to read what this one's, it will say like, oops, hold on. Photo bigger here. You would read this like, it's like, Tay kiss greens hot. And you would like say this to your, like the person on your team's like reading it, and you got to say this out loud, and you're trying to say, take a screenshot. And so hair paw odds says AirPods, right? So it was actually, thank you for blessing me for sneezing. It was a really funny game. Anyways, like, you know, with the, you know, but they were like, play with my nip holes, and you're like, play with my nipples, you know. And so it was like the catchphrases were like funny, sexy version of the game. So it was actually pretty funny. They did that on a Good Mythical Morning a few years ago. It's a pretty fun game if you get the adult version and you play with a bunch of like, you know, high adults. I mean, dude, we were laughing nonstop. It was pretty funny. You know, I was up till maybe 1 something in the morning. So I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. And the problem is I got a huge party tonight. It's going to last all the way until the morning. So I'm a little tired already. I probably should take a nap in the middle of the day. I'm going to work out or something. You lost respect for me? That sounds so lame. Bro, like, it's so lame, it's good. That's the thing. This was iDoc's idea. Like, let's play this. And so we're like, all right. We also played some code names too, but like after, you know, we were just, this crew likes to get high, play board games, but we play the funny ones. Like, you know, anything is funny under those circumstances. So, so it actually was so lame. It sounds like boomer fun, but it was fun, dude. It's fun under the circumstances that everything was just 10 times funnier, you know? Don't be edgy. Being too cool isn't cool. That's right. It's okay to play board games to be lame when you turn into an old geezer. But I had a good time. Party tonight. It's like 100 people coming. It's gonna be spanning 1 restaurant and 3 clubs now. So we're going back to, we got 2 tables at 1 club, 2 tables at another. In the after party, we asked everyone last night where y'all want to go, and everyone's like, strip club. So we have a traditional trader party. I know I'm a very mature adult. I've started my class chemical engineering, and yet I'll be throwing a trader style party at a strip club apparently tonight. But the after party could be anywhere, probably someone's house or who knows. But that's what everyone was saying last night. Of course, under the weather, not under the conditions, everyone was just being hilarious. So we have the 100K YouTube celebration, 100K subs on YouTube, and we are going to be celebrating with all of my tons of my friends are even flying out for this. It's gonna be a big deal, and we're having a huge event. 2 of my buddies, each of them own the hugest, hottest clubs in town, reserved us 2 DJ side tables in each one of them. So we got like the primo sections and huge blocked off area, and the girls have all made, like, you know, these clubs don't do the signage. You never go to a club, they're like, hey, you know, hey. These places are a little bougier, so they don't do that kind of stuff, but one of them will let us bring our own. So apparently they have all these sparklers and fireworks and light shows planned for it. I don't know. They said it's a surprise, so I don't know. I'm lame for saying you're lame. You're lame. That's funny. That's funny. Anyways, did I say Codenames is so fun? Yeah, but Codenames was like, under the circumstances, got a little hard. Because nobody could think of, like, you know, a way to string together 2 or 3 of them in a row. We were all doing singles, which we were like, after a couple rounds of code names, we were like, okay, we're done with this. This is too tough. This is too tough in the moment. Anyway, so I'm at a steak night. We were talking about yesterday on the stream. So if you didn't see the pictures of the steak night, I'll show y'all really quick before we get started. Do I think the opening move is up or down? I think the opening move might be up to at least test the gap fill, but maybe fill the gap and trade out. I finally got, like I said, I showed it earlier, but I finally got a perfect temp and a perfect sear on the first time on the Weber griddle. So the last time I tried to cook was on the old Blackstone. This is my first time cooking steaks on the Weber griddle, and boy, I got those bad boys perfect. Look at that. Look at that rim on that. Ooh. There's that nice sear, and then I got the nice red strip in the middle. Oh yeah, baby. So since we had 10 people, three was exactly enough for like 3 pieces left over for pickle. So that was it. Anyways, yeah. So so this is the first time I actually did steaks on the Weber griddle, the new one that I got for Christmas, and that turned out to be pretty good. Yeah. So, but the only way I can get it as good as I got it was because you know, griddled flat top surfaces cook so quickly because you have such a constant contact. You can overcook your steak very quick on a reverse sear. It's not like a regular, you know, like same thing with a cast iron pan. If the steak is thin enough, you will literally just cook it all the way through. So I took it out there and I took the temperature probes and I stuck it in the meat while it was on the grill. Still, I know, you know, it's gonna make the juices come out a little bit, but I did it in one of them. Threw the probe into it, seared it, 45 seconds, 45 seconds, 45 seconds, 40. And when I do steaks, I constantly flip them to keep them from cooking in the middle. You know, some people say leave it like a couple of minutes on each side, which is totally fine. Thicker steak, you could do that. Thinner steak, you got to keep it moving. And I watched the thermometer, and as soon as it was like 132, 133, whipped it off at 134, and then set it down, wrapped them, took them inside, and they were perfect 135. So I had to put the probe in, and I figured out how many flips I needed to do on my griddle setting to get it perfect. It was 3 flips. So now I know next time I cook, it's 3 flips. Took it out the oven at 105. And one of y'all told me that earlier. Y'all were like, take it out the oven sooner. And I did that trick. Somebody said take it out at 110, and I took it out at 105, actually. Came out perfect. So, hemoglobin is such a fun word to say. It actually kind of is. Like, hemoglobin also sounds like a Marvel villain if you just look at the word very quickly. Like, oh, rats, it's the hemoglobin again. You know? Oh, we got word that the hemoglobin is robbing a bank again. Who's gonna save the day? Superman. You know, like the old time radio shows. The hemoglobin's at it again. Who can stop him? Where do I get my steaks? This time we got them from HEB, which actually turned out to be pretty stocked despite the freeze that's coming. Houston goes into a frenzy whenever the weather gets the way that it is. So everybody's pretty much shopping for every pallet of bottled water and whatever, so they think that the power is going to go out for 3 weeks. But the fact is, there was plenty of steaks there. And in a little bit, right at 45 and right at turn of the hour, we have the Michigan numbers coming out. S&P Global numbers coming out before that. Services and manufacturing PMI and the composite PMI all coming out at the same time. So that could be a moving event. We'll see. But just keep in mind, the market's got some news coming out. Other than that, it's pretty much the hemogoblin, right? That's the longer term gap fill. Yeah, so 69.77 is left over from, I think, back in December. Let me get you exactly where that number is from. Oh, no. This is the one from, I'm sorry, no, for S&P, I'm sorry. S&P is the one from last Friday. That's this one right here. Nasdaq's longer term gap fill goes all the way back to here. It's like this one back here. This day. I think this exactly here. We still have a gap down not to be filled. This 107 level or whatever that is. So Nasdaq has a lot more room to go. The last Friday gap fill, Nasdaq achieved that earlier in the week. So I just have them marked on here. Nasdaq's is like way up here. Oh, let's make that the pink line too, I guess. I'm already up 26K just on the shorting last night off of yellow. Pretty simple play. Like I said, I've just still had that bear mindset. Oops, I'll move the guy around. So I think because I'm in the party tonight, I might like take the day off and nap. I am a little tired because we stayed up last night. Then like, that's the first time some of them had seen the new car. So the girls were all, the girls all climbed into the car, and the other dudes, we just stood on the outside on the street talking. And the girls took my key and all jumped in the car and we're like revving the engine and like Instagramming it and stuff. All the wives and girlfriends. So they all got to see the car for the first time. They were all, ooh. Yellow and S&P, 64 and 68.96. Yeah. 547 on NASDAQ is also this yellow right here. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, ba-da-dum, ba-da-da-dum, dun, dun, dun. All right, let's prepare for this. This is going to be very close to 10-point gap down, and we got about 2 minutes till market opens. I haven't touched my take profits yet. Y'all said I look tired. Yeah. You feel a little tired. Good morning, guys. What's the plan with the TBT accounts? To build the buffer on the to build a buffer balance. Yeah. That is the plan on the TBT accounts. All right, see how we open up. Resilience positive. Resilience positive. Okay, good. See the upside. Guys, hit the like button. Don't forget every single day. Hit that like button when you start out. Thumbs up below the channel, below the stream. Okay, we're at half gap, and I feel like half gap on the gap fill. Do we run to fill the gap and sell off? I feel like that's maybe what we're gonna see. All right, watching this. Arb is negative. Arb is negative. I wonder if I can take some downside play on this. Hold on. Wait for liquidity maps to come out. This is just what I was saying earlier. I had the suspicion that we're going to hit that and pull back. All right. Hit that half gap and pull back. We'll see if resilience goes negative or not. Arb is somewhat flat-ish. Nothing too telling on that. Ah, bull zone. Okay, that's not the best play to be in. Let me close that out real quick. This is bull side up side today. Okay. So we have actually bull setups today, which is pretty good, but ARB is negative, so maybe after we fill the gap. Like I said, I have this weird suspicion about today. But I'm not going to take the short. I did take a short and I closed out very quick once we pulled up into a bull zone BLU. With positive, oh, negative. Okay, that is what I want to see, negative resilience. Okay, I'm going to do a small trade of 3. That's it, just a small one. Watching that resilience. That's what I wanted to see earlier. I'm taking the short play here. The bull zone with DD ratio 8. I probably should just take the scalp. Be cool with it. Draw a really fat trend line, LOL. I'll pocket the 2000 on that. I still have it running in some of my funded nexts. Perfect. Close that out. Fucking 10K. Let's go on that funded next. Let's go. All right. I like it. Like it. I flattened everything out on that scalp. Yeah. Very cool. Now let's wait and see what happens. I just like the short scalp here. going to wait on this liquidity pocket. I could take the EST long there. Here we go. Right out the door. So I hit that really heavy with one of my Fund Index accounts. One of them's up 10, one of them's up 9. The take profits. Like earlier, I closed some of those out because I didn't want to take the huge risk on it, just like I closed that one out. So that's pretty good. Woo! Just hit all your daily hits off of that, baby. Like, I could be done for the day. Oh, dude. I'm up 50 fucking K. It's our market's been open 3 minutes. But, oi. Let the haters talk. Oh, I outperform all of them. Let's go. All right. So we get from here. Arbitrage, somewhat negative, but it's not too negative. We're still in a liquidity pocket of bear zone. One could arguably still trade this. Negative resilience is half gap pullback, and I still feel that pressure, but we still have that pressure from here. It's sort of standstill. This is the middle, which is why I closed out. So I closed out in the middle of the pocket. This is really strong support. I kind of want to avoid this. I'm going to avoid. I feel like down's the play, but we'll see. Check NVIDIA. Thank you, guys. All right, let's do NVIDIA really quick. See, when the market opens, I snap back up in the play. I'm not high anymore, right? But I felt tired, but once the energy gets flowing, I perk up. Okay, we have NVIDIA, MHP, so be very careful today. 187.5 on NVIDIA is basically going to be a possible launch point. So we're going to watch this, right? Market still looks okay from here. It's still okay for a long. That's why the short was just the short play off of negative res. Until res gets to be positive, resilience is the half gap flux on the index. Negative resilience is this pressure right here and this pressure right there. Bullish DD ratio is this pressure right here. Okay. So you have this sort of pressure you're battling with. If we lose this, the market has moved from there to there and also has support from here to here. And if we lose that, then we've got nothing else but a liquidity pocket much lower. So what you can see today, very clear, let me kind of like move it up here. A very clear path that makes it a little bit easier to understand is that we have bull supports down in here, which means if we do fall and sell off, it goes pretty far today. Now this is the place one can take a long from, but I have a feeling that it's trying to sell off. I'm going to not take a short from here. If we start losing the pocket and lose bull zone, I can always chase a good short off of the yellow break. I've been starting to do this more often. I never really did this as much as I'm doing this these days. On the yellow break, there's a fall. On the break only. Until then, we have now the pressures have lined up for the bull trade. Okay, good. All right, so now resilience flip positive, and you see we're popping back through the middle, which is what typically happens. Okay. So now you have some flip-flopping nature there. Google is the play. It's crossing up and down half gap. So Google is the one that's giving us a little bit of possible move. NVIDIA has 187.5 bounce point, which is there. Goog is passing through the Phillips gap on the other side after MHP bounce, which is pretty decent as well. This simmered down a little bit and market figure out what it wants to do. S&P resilience is negative, NASDAQ is positive. Usually that creates a little bit of deviation between the two. And the negative resilience on the S&P is the reason why we're rejecting there. And S&P has supports down in here. So the downside play might actually be there. A stronger downside move for some of these. I've only been touching like 2 of my Fund Index at a time. I need to be flipping these accounts though, because I keep forgetting you have to make at least $200 a day for an account. Let me add some trades on those too. Or zeros just to get $200 and flip it. Oops. Trading alongside what we do here is fun. I think we have fun here. We make it look so scientific, don't we? Every struggling Discord on the planet wonders why they got to beg for the next 25 members. We have 10,000 people. And here's the reason why. Just trade. That's it. You can see the account, you can see the balance, you can see the profit. Just trade. That's it. No talk, no gimmicks. You can watch me win, you can watch me lose. That's it. That's the secret. You're just very elaborate. You mess with that. Let's go. I'm glad you like that. I like to think very detailed before I make an entry into the market. Influences are flip-flopping around right now. It's very important to pay attention to. We also have the news coming out in 7 minutes. So, like I said, if you were to put a gun to my head and ask me which direction I think we're going, I think it could go either direction from here. If there's a long setup, it is from here. That's the takeaway. If there is a long, it is from there. So. You challenged me to the free throw contest? Dude, I'm horrible in basketball. I'm really bad. That's like the most well-known fact around here. I'm the worst basketball player you'll ever know. I can't play, like when I go to the arcade to play the shooting game, like the, you know, hoop, right? Like hoops, whatever y'all call it, y'all's. You know, run your card. The basket moves in and out, you know, sink as many as you can. Dude, when I played IDOC the first time, she's a genius at basketball. She's so good. I got maybe 20 baskets, and I look over at her. Like, it was funny because, you know, as we were playing, I look over at her. There's a crowd of people standing behind her after we played like a game. The first game, I got to 20, and I looked at my score. It was like 20, and I looked over at her. Once my timer was up, it was like bonus round, and then it was like going twice as fast, and she was sinking more baskets. She had a crowd around her, and I was like, how did you sink 5 times as many baskets as I could? And it was just like swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. She was like hitting every single one of them. It was insane. It was the most hilarious thing on one of our first dates we ever went on. There was a crowd of people, and there was like somebody was like, oh my god, it's crazy. And I was like, do it again. So she did it again, and I joined the crowd to watch her, and it was just such a feat. I have horrible hand-eye coordination for basketball. My sport was football, and I was pretty good. I played baseball also, but football was mainly my sport. I can throw a football fairly well, and I still can. I can throw a pretty good spiral. I can hit a moving target 30 yards out, beeline, hit you in the chest, and knock the wind out. I still have my arm. I play with my friends sometimes, throw football. They're like, they comment on it, like, man, you still got it. But it's been a while since I actually played football. I can just throw a football. Growing up as a kid, I was quarterback. So quarterback for my school. Most people don't know that about me. But I quit before I got to high school because I took the academics route. So I spent more time in extracurricular activities that were academic related rather than athletics related. My little brother also was a fairly smart student and smart kid, but he chose the sports route. My little brother was a pro baseball player, so he took it all the way to the end. So you were in high school for 2 years. What'd you play? But I could. How much are you want to back and throw this pigskin over the mountains over there? Want to bet? Back in '82, I could throw the ball a quarter mile. What did your parents feed you guys growing up? Well done steak. Speaking of steak, my mom and dad never made medium or medium rare steak. I never had the flavor of, you know, bless their hearts. You know, we'd have steak and gravy and rice all the time. It was like well done steak covered in gravy on top of rice as a kid. And I ate it. It wasn't terrible, but like I never knew what a good steak tasted like till I was an adult. Like the first steak I ever had, it was a real steak. Would have been after I graduated college and after I had a job, my first job, like when I was an engineer. Like the first time I went to a steakhouse and had like a steak, I was shocked at like, wait, this thing isn't cooked. What's up? Like, this is pretty good. The code ROCKET is for all type accounts of Fund Next. That's correct, yeah. With cats up, exactly. You thought chicken only came frozen? Exactly, right? Yeah. Anyways, all right. So we have pressed up. Liquidity pockets holding. We do have all of our confluences are back to bullish, so I don't have any like short mind right now. So I'm kind of chilling for the moment. Arb is flat to negative. All right. The kind of no man's land to trade here. We've got a couple of places to take a long or short from. From here, the liquidity pocket is at every single time scalp long. Like this scalp is all I would wait for on this. If we do hold this with any sort of like, you know, volume, filling the gap is the next play. And you're just talking, especially on NASDAQ. I mean, you're talking like a 50-point range, 40 points, 50 points, and you can scalp through here. It's kind of like your breakout range is very clearly defined. If we lose 447, it's a big sell. If we break 661, it's a big rally. S&P is kind of in that same boat. If we do get a gap fill in positive res, the S&P does have a little move right to there. And of course, this isn't an illiquidity pocket. If for some reason it breaks through there, the S&P can go all the way to there. So you do have some potential big run up to hit those big resistances. And like I said, that yellow line is where I shorted from last night. If you want my opinion, I feel like the market is going to fall apart, but we're also dependent on this news that comes out in 1 minute. There's going to be a spark up or down. I am still in the boat that we are going lower into earnings. That is just my take on things. Even if it's not today, even if we do pop today and stay there today, my belief is that we're pulling lower into earnings season, especially like while we lead up to the NVIDIA earnings as well. I don't think we're going to get that big, powerful move in NVIDIA, you know, sparked by this Greenland stuff. I think that people have been sort of like on the sidelines on this stock particularly since, you know, the government shutdown. And since Christmas, we've been sort of playing this area. Now, this is the second day in a row we've gotten, or it's like the second day this week, we've gotten big ups in NVIDIA, which is, you know, highly unusual for what we've been seeing as far as the trend goes. Since the government shutdown, most of your major tech has peaked out on the 29th of October, which is way back here. So the 29th of October was the high of the market, and then a high of big tech. We've just been pulling off ever since then. And my theory was that, well, maybe people are just, you know, done with the 200 NVIDIA until earnings give them a reason to be. So this is just like last minute, yet again, getting out, but we're still hovering the range for last month. So I don't think that we get a definitive move today, but like I said, anything can happen. Looks like the S&P global numbers just came out. Services PMI is slightly under par. Manufacturing PMI is on par, and it looks like the composite, I don't know what the forecast was, but the composite's better than the previous. So again, the PMI's pretty much a wash. There's nothing big change there. The PMI is a survey that's sent to purchasing managers. So purchasing manager is somebody that works for a company that orders all the stuff that they manufacture things with. There's two different sectors the S&P Global is going to cover with this PMI. You have the services sector and the manufacturing sector. Some of you guys might understand is manufacturing sector. Say you're a company that makes, I don't know, car engines. I'm going to make up something. There's not really. Actually, no, something a little bit easier. Air conditioners. You make air conditioners, you sell air conditioners. But your, you know, components of an air conditioner, you know, you have a compressor, you have a fan, you have a radiator, you have all these pieces, piece A, piece B, and piece C that go into your, you know, you buy these from other people. You buy your, you know, compressor from a compressor manufacturer, buy your radiator from radiator manufacturer, and you snap it all together and you sell your AC unit. So you buy A, B, and C from companies that sell A, B, and C. Purchasing manager for the air conditioning company is going to be the person that orders A and orders B and orders C to manufacture something to sell. And they survey those people to kind of get an understanding of how lubricated sort of the logistical chain is between companies. But for instance, a purchasing manager would be a procurement manager. You might hear that word floating around your office. Procurement manager, somebody's going to procure this and procure these pieces to put into the manufactured product. And so they're going to be asked questions like, you can click on this, let's do manufacturing PMI, and it'll tell you which questions they're asked. And they just fill out a survey, you know, and then they tell you, you know, up or down. And it's all about what are the prices that your suppliers sell to. Does it say? Oh, the other one gives you a little bit more information. This services actually details it a little better. Like, what are the prices? Was there, how many new orders are you doing? What's the backlog? You know, what's your warehouse like? What's your inventory like? What's your employment situation like? They ask them all these questions so they can determine if there's some kind of upstream blockage PMI is usually very important, especially when it comes to tariffs. When the tariffs are applied at the front end, at the manufacturing side, you'll see that if tariffs, like the person that makes B has a tariff on something, this person that makes B raised price B for the air conditioning company. And so the PMI will pick that up. You know, prices are going up or maybe inventories are going down. So you basically see if there's any kind of problems in the chain of, you know, raw materials, intermediate manufacturer, final manufacturer, all the way to retail. And you get to see issues there. And the PMI, the managers, purchasing managers just fill out a survey. And then that's what that does. Now they have the services and manufacturing, two different sectors. The services cover transport and communication, financial intermediaries, businesses and personal services, computing IT, hotels and restaurants. Manufacturing is going to be like, you know, cars, automobiles, chips, things like that. Actually, I think computing is actually into the service PMI as well, because it says computing. So I don't know if this is just computing services, and computing manufacturing being the manufacturing side of things. But either case, they break into two different places so that you can see, you know, it's very important to see how tariffs are being applied. If the prices are going up or some, you know, inventories are being stockpiled, there's no new orders, you know, then you have an idea that there's something going on around the world. That's basically what that is. What's that yellow line? A yellow line is margin buffer limit resistance, very long-term resistance. $50K morning. Damn. Damn. All right. MHP is monthly hedge pressure. It's the gamma exposure maximum of dealers sold options to the market makers of the underlying gamma flip spot, but only on market maker options. And we're the only people in Wall Street that has a model for that. The online number is 25,547 on NASDAQ. We're holding that liquidity pocket fairly well on NASDAQ. I'm not shorting this from here. I feel like it wants to come down, but we still have, I mean, the pressure's still there, and we're getting some move off of some of the bigger stocks. I'm saying MHP hold. MHP cross up on NVIDIA is part of the move. NVIDIA's got a little bit of power in it today. So I kind of want to watch and kind of see what happens. Like I said, I rode that short last night. I took that short there right off a half gap to pocket, and I could have taken those long pocket scalps there. That's 3 for 3 on pocket scalps. Or actually 2 for, no. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Liquidity pocket's my favorite trade. Could have scalped this a million times over. Question is, could I plant some contracts long and let it ride? Or are we selling off? I don't know. What do you guys think? Well, negative resilience again. Off a small 2 contract short, maybe. We're flip-flopping on res again. Is it Google that might be flipping to the other side again? No, it's Tesla now. Alright. Curious if we get a move from here to here. That move isn't still in play. Scalping this range has been pretty fruitful. $6.3. Okay, you know what? If it does creep up, like I want to short it from here so bad. Here and here and here into the pocket, like 1, 2, 3 times. Resilience is a little bit negative here. It's minus 6.1, but it's not as negative as it was here. So with negative 19, we only fell to there. With minus 6, there's no reason to think we'll fall to lower. Don't forget, guys, to like the stream. How many times can you bounce a bull zone? All day long. Like, that's the thing. After boot camp, started trading micros. Not only have your entries been more efficient, but your fear is much lower and your win rate is much higher. B. Kennedy, I'm glad, dude. I'm very glad to hear it. We teach that boot camp so that folks like you can finally like put your feet on the ground, at least in this world. With so much trading discord and trading nonsense out there, it's hard to put your feet on the ground and feel like you've made any slight improvement with the vast amount of information that's out there. And the vast amount of people trying to steer you in some kind of direction. So at least with the boot camp, you know, we give you the position sizing mechanics. It's immediately a way for traders to ground themselves. Like I like to brag on it that I think it's probably the best trading education that there is, because it's as comprehensive as it is on position efficiency and risk management. But what I brag most about it is that we only charge $1 a class. And then last time we gave 1,000 seats away for free. So, you know, as much as it could be that I could be approaching the trading world like, let me be some massive trading guru and sell $1,000 seats to a boot camp, I practically give just about everything away that we do here, because we really do enjoy watching traders say what you said. It really warms my heart to hear people say, I found one bit of improvement somewhere. As I've heard people come to me and say, I've been working for 5 years at this and I've made 0 improvement. So an immediate improvement like that is always just, you know, it makes me feel good, like I'm doing a really good job. And you came to the boot camp for free as well, so which is kind of nice, right? You got all info for free. And welcome to your sub to the channel. Appreciate that, Rocket Commander. Eddie Soldier. Is there any indicator of the work like res can be used for things like gold or YM? So there's not anything, because gold is different for resilience. You can't really have a resilience for gold, because resilience are like indicators that encompass some kind of arbitrage between a basket and the amount of things the basket is tracking. So the secret is, if the basket is tracking a bunch of things, then if the bunch of the things are scattered all over the place, then these indicators allow you to see that in like one bite. The reason resilience is just an aggregate of what all the other stocks in the basket are doing. So you can't really have a resilience for gold, because gold is not a basket of things. Gold is just a thing. So you got one thing tracking one thing. You really don't need a resilience. There wouldn't be any need to have it. You can just put the two charts side by side and watch them. Ooh, we did fill the gap with negative res. All right. Let's do one more. Let's do this one. I'll be a maniac today. My entry could have been much better. Oh shit, I'm on S&P. Oh, what the hell? I want to be on NASDAQ. Yeah, what the hell? Why was I on S&P there? Did I do S&P today earlier on that trade too? No, it was NASDAQ earlier, wasn't it? How did I end up on S&P on the DOM? Whatever. Whatever. I want to be in NASDAQ. Whatever. That's fine. I'll do both. Just split it up. Might as well do both. That sucks, because I tried to poke it at NASDAQ at 660 and I end up getting a 625. That entry sucks. Hold on. That entry's bogus. How much am I upside down if it pops 60 again? 2,000 bucks. Oh, the S&P. Do me solid, S&P. Give me that love I want. Let's not see that bounce there. Why was it even on S&P? I never even talked about it. I don't even know. I don't even know. Look at this crap entry on NASDAQ with 3. No. I was like on that pop. I was like, let me short the NASDAQ from there. Now I'm in a horrible, horrible entry. Oh my gosh. I had too much steak last night, you know what I mean? All right. small scalp. And again, we saw bull motion from there. This is such a better play. Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, negative resilience on S&P at half gap, and even if we fill the gap, we've got, I think, down's the way. I don't want to put too much emphasis on a bit. I don't want too big of a short. My bigger belief that we hit that close right here. We pull back. All right. I wish my entry could have been so much better on this. Let me scalp it around and get my cost basis up. If I can play, if it wobbles here, I'll play with the cost basis a little bit. I don't like this trade already again, but I still have that greater market belief here. Let me double check monthly maps just to be certain. Because if it gets like a nice, crazy bull up, then we should be good. But I don't want that S&P. Monthly maps are still decent, so. There we go. That's the little wobble we get on this one. I just wanted that one. Oh, we have the 9 o'clock numbers coming out. We have the Michigan numbers. Oh, hell. See, that's like such a bogus entry that I had. Pop that S&P there. All right, the numbers did flip positive. Let me double check monthly maps on NASDAQ. I just got squeezed. I might just close that out real quick. Hold on. NASDAQ did open this morning, by the way. 620 is bear zone on NASDAQ, so just be careful on that. Best trade to be in right now. Flipping positive. Arb is negative. We had a pop to gap fill with negative Arb, negative res. So I was like, okay, it's probably the peak for the day. And we'll see. But who knows how this works out. All right, that's the only place I'm going to short from. If I lose this, I'm done with trading for the day. We lose this area here. So yeah, we're probably getting squeezed a little bit. So let me contemplate my exit. So Google's moving up and Tesla is moving up now as well. Okay, so we got some move in Google and Tesla. I don't know if I like it anymore. That was a little bit of a powerful bump. You could actually feel that index just jumping in place to meet up with those stocks there. Ain't no way I'm gonna hold upside down and get my ass squeezed here today. Right, 700. I'll just close out. At least the NASDAQ portion of this. Didn't think that was going to be the play today. But indicators flip-flop. I jumped in the position. I had a dog shit entry too. Let's just close that out. Whatever. S&P. Let's just close that out too. Well, actually, let me wait and see S&P bounce on half gap here. Watch me end up being right, but whatever. I had too much stake last night. Yeah. It's pretty violent little squeeze there. All right. See what the S&P does. So my thought was we'd fill the gap and then the negative resilience would be down, but we did flip-flop to the other side. It looks like we do have some power to keep going, so I don't want to get squeezed too heavy on this, but I'll still play with the S&P one. I've been dealing with the history of NASDAQ loving to overshoot, while S&P has been respecting its boundaries. Yeah, man, I don't know how I ended up in the S&P DOM though. That like when I fired off right when Nasdaq popped here, I jumped in, it put me in S&P here. So I was like, I wish I had a better entry. It would have been like less of a loss, but whatever. Better safe than sorry, you know what I mean? That's kind of the way that it goes. We'll hang on to this one though. Like I said, I just have that concern. That's pretty crazy for that bull upside there. Yeah, everything just flipped bullish, like right while I was inside of my trade here. I was trying to bet that this was the high and then that just squeezing me out. All right, so S&P, let me close out in just a second here. Wonder if it's too much. Dude, there's some big power there today. What a crazy up and down though, you know what I mean? So my thesis was wrong. Looks like the market is a little bit less fearful than I thought going into earnings. So a little bit like Nvidia is actually looking pretty solid. We had a huge pre-market move in the morning. This is a big part of it too. All right. Okay, S&P. Do your thing. I got that trade wrong. That's operator error right there. LOL. That resilience go negative again. Could be that selling pressure that I'm looking for. Again, if we squeeze through here, it goes all the way back up to that yellow line from last night, then it does. Normally I'm so bull-minded too, you guys know me. But in this particular case, like I said, I don't feel as confident on the bull side. I probably should still be engaged in this Nasdaq trade, but it did really overshoot that area. I'm kind of not comfortable at that 700 level. I'm still going to have the S&P trade though. See, when Arb flips swaps to negative, this is kind of what I was thinking. Watch me be right on my thesis. I don't know. We'll see. I'm gonna try it one more time in NASDAQ because we're at the 700 level and resilience just went negative again one more time. This is a risky play, because we don't have a pivot to trade off of here. Again, that's like yesterday's highs, but with the dump there, it's very possible that that does pull back. But again, like I said, I'm going to take it one more time, but just keep it small. We'll see what happens here. Negative resilience, S&P, negative resilience, NASDAQ. I want to touch this in any one of the other accounts though. A risky B plus setup. I'll be completely floored if this turns out some big blast up bull day. And we'll see. With this right here and this right here, the potential is there for like just a play like that. I mean, it's there. And so keep an eye on this one today. See which stocks are on the fence here. Tesla's a little back and forth. This was a little unexpected. This move was pretty solid. If you guys got that run, liquidity pocket push to the high. It doesn't feel like it wants to sell. Like there's so much upward pressure, you can feel it. My guns on this one. $700 feels like a weird support from now. Like last night, it was kind of like at that same place, right? Gotta bring as many buyers to the table as I can find today. Kind of the problem here. Well, S&P already hit that resistance, so yeah, I think this is coming down. But all the evidence is, well, the evidence is there that it maybe won't go up. That's what the only reason I want to bet that it comes down. All right. Let's just add it's there. Don't touch anything else. Yeah, that's a problem. Liquidity pocket's really strong there. You can find like work its way lower. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. Hold on. Had to watch my hands. Oh, there we go. There's a movement there. How does this turn out though? It was negative 15. Earlier it was like negative 14. It's still gonna probably fight to the upside, but man, if I get the same play a second time, oh my god, that'd be great. I'm keeping it like 9 contracts, nothing too big here. Piss in the hallway, bro. I piss from like 20 feet away from from the toilet. I aim while walking. Okay. Okay. Well, let's not get too happy too quick. You need to see the stocks pulling back. Nvidia sort of has this. I don't know what happened at 5 in the morning with Nvidia, but there must have been some kind of news. Let me double check. I somehow was overlooking that on the chart. Where is my what happened with Nvidia this morning? I looked that. China tells biggest tech firms they can prep Nvidia H200 orders. Oh, okay. So H200 back on the table. Still back and forth with China. It's been the same. This feels exactly like it felt last night, dude. Which is like it was pressing up and pressing up and pressing up. You could still feel every dip was getting bought up. So maybe I'm underestimating people's belief into earnings right now, but you're not feeling that selling pressure anymore. The algo is sort of like trying to track higher on the stocks, and there just aren't a lot of sellers right now. That was promising. Let's take a leak, and we had that kind of resistance there. You're not seeing sellers step in. You're not seeing a lot of that. And you're seeing that the market's real loose, and they're tracking it like a hawk. Like essentially, there's no like leading or lagging. It still feels like it did in December, where it's just stocks are pulling their weight, and stocks are, you know, it feels like stocks are going up, which is the way the index is trading. So that feeling that the tracking algorithm is trying to go higher, and any selling, it's so loose to track it really quick, or to jump on it real quick. But the algo is like slowly pricing higher. And last night was the same feeling. It just like was like pop and pop. Every red would follow with a green. You could just see that last night. Squeeze, 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 squeeze. So let's see how this turns out. My greater thesis is right about earnings. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. All right, let's get it. Let's get some gains. Yep, China said it's okay to prep chips. Oh, thank you for that, Jared. Negative 17 res, come on. Be the signal we want. Be the change that we want to be, market. I want to take this anything else, though. I've been having really good luck not trading all my fund index accounts, but I need to flip these. A couple $100 each. You know what I'll do? So I have such huge buffers in these. I just gotta get through the payouts. They capped the payouts on me. People always ask what happened to your world record balance. I still got it, but I can't. It's not grandfathered in, so I have to still take payouts at it's the cap 6,000 at 20% split now, so it's like you get $4,800 each payout per account. So I just got to basically like flip them. I don't even have to be putting $10,000 extra into it, but that's what I've been sort of told that's preventing me from going live. I've been told that's making me believe what's preventing me from going live just yet, because I haven't threatened them with like a $300,000 payout. I'm stuck in the realm of being capped, so I can only take $6,000 payouts. And so, you know, when they were like, we're going to push you to live, it's because I was in the moment of able to just take that entire balance and pocket it. So now that they put the cap in, before I could take my big payout, I still got the big balances and I'm still trading them heavily, but I can only take, I have to follow the current payout rules because they changed it on me. Can FundNext be trusted? Yeah, FundNext is good. I've taken more payouts with FundNext than I have with anyone else. Oh, they're great. They pay out. They're fine. Saw an email about a FundNext trader took an insane payout and had the only live trader so far. Have you heard about this? I haven't heard about it. But they told me you're going to go live. Like, they're like, we got this live. We're going to make you this offer. It'll be like the biggest offer we've given anybody. And I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. And then the payout rules changed. And then now I got this big balance that I can just withdraw every 5 trading days. It's 80-20, which is just like my funded futures and some others are like that. It's, I mean, it's not the ideal, you know, it's not terrible either. Let me just flip these because you have to do trading days of $200. Let me just trade them with one contract. I've been trading like 1 to 2 accounts really hard and just flipping the other 2. Ooh, we are not getting run. Looks like, you know, hopefully NVIDIA, like I said, I want to support the idea that we are just trading lower into earnings. Like that this is just like a sort of just slower play. Will the MFF path to live be the same on core flex as normal core? I think that, yeah, I think that the path to live is the same. Yeah. All right, damn, look at that move there. Like I said, it's so like buoyant here. It's not taking much to just get, look at this giant candle we got going on here. If I completely misread this market. Negative res on this pop. Negative res on this pop. Should I? Oh. Is that my entry? Universe giving me some love on this one. Right. I don't know what this big green candle is, but if I walk away with like another flat day in the big account, I'm gonna be pissed. Negative res, negative res, negative res. Well. Alright, screw that. Okay, I'm done trying to short this. What in the world? Man, completely misread this one. That is insane. Where's all that coming from? Oh, just saw the S&P open still. All right. Probably gonna pop and drop, but man, I can't backhold this one. What is going on? Something is happening. Well, that was not expected. Indications are all bad. Now this is like way negative here. Like now, okay, so whatever. Whatever. Screw this. Yeah, like I don't know. That's a really, really swift move there. And it goes against all indication of this. So I really, like I said, I have no clue. We're even breaking through overnight highs last night. And I'm looking at like some of the bigger stocks, like Nvidia is barely moving, and it's a weird place. So something's happening. It's better just to stay on the sideline of this. I gave back about 14K. I'm not really too pissed off about that, but maybe it's time to go take a nap. Yeah, some of Mag 7's moving. Microsoft is moving. Meta's moving. Apple's moving. I bet you anything I'm right. I don't know, because if you look at this, look at this. We broke through weekly highs on NASDAQ. S&P, not so much. Yeah, so, well, better to be safe than sorry. I don't want to get squeezed too hard on this one, but man, yeah, now we finally got the stocks. So this is one where the index jumped way ahead of the stocks. So, yeah, it happens. More likes and live. Hit the like button, guys. We'll do giveaway in a little bit. Boo! Not a big fan of that. Maybe I should just go take a nap then and call it a day. Gotta sleep before tonight's big birthday bash. I said, man, I have no anchor point. Short. I don't have any trade from here now. This is just more like, let me just sit out on this one and just like let the market do what it needs to do. Oh, I still gotta do my funded TV, don't I? Dang it, I can't even take a nap if I wanted to. Yeah, so it was a little laggy today, right? As far as a lead off indicator, we didn't get the good leading signal like we wanted to. But it's not that every stock is moving. What you're starting to see is that there are some stocks that are just rallying really hard, and Rez was not able to pick it up. That's okay. But better safe than sorry on that one. You know? Boy, that was not anticipated. I'm just gonna chill on this. I'm okay with what I made. I don't have to do much more. And as permeable as I have been in this market, I've been doing a lot more shorting than I normally have been lately. Oh man, maybe like I know it sounds weird, but I still want to do it. I still want to short the S&P. We're out of sync with index. We're out of sync with the stocks, and the index is sort of jumping all over the place. Fuck the NASDAQ. Let's play S&P today. I still feel it for some reason. You know what I'm saying? Like, watching NVIDIA, at least that right now is showing a lot of signs of weakness. Like I said, I'm sticking to my guns on at least on the S&P side of things. Wait, I could wait for DD ban, yeah, but it's like I said, this up, down, resilience, up and down. We're kind of on the fence with some of this, and I think that this is the place. We're just retracing half of the down move in the S&P. The hour is going to flip for Europe close, and I think, you know, obviously Europe open was selling. So I'm not sure if Europe close is going to be buying. Let's double check where some of these stocks are landing right now. Yeah, that's really what it was. Just a big tailed off move in Microsoft, Meta. Sticking to my guns. I think lower in the earnings is it. I think the market's gonna try to make its way lower, and this could be the high for the week. Next week. But we'll see. All right. Now again, the indicators are not really strong to the downside. We keep flip-flopping, and so keeping an eye on the stocks off to the side here. No volatility either. Like I said, I don't know. It's a suspicion I have that we don't get a breakout rally from here on the S&P. Hold on one second. Sorry about that. So the indicators are now stabilizing to be bullish. Yes. So my one thought today being that we lost yellow line a second time, and now we're just trading in the middle of this range from we sold off, that the middle is likely to resistance going forward. We've been flip-flopping back and forth with the resilience indicator, and it's no longer, it's proving that today it's not a good lead off. Normally it's a very good lead off, but it has been chasing the price move. So normally if the stocks move first and the index hasn't moved, resilience will take off. Right now, certain stocks have moved and others haven't, and it's just sort of like the futures are moving kind of at par rather than we're getting good lead off signals. So my bet is that certain stocks at resistances now, but the futures will move before the resilience picks it up. But again, it's just more like of a greater belief that the market is trying to push lower into earnings. Like that we're going to end up down here by the end of the day. And that's just my greater belief. See how flat ARB is? It just means that there's no arbitrage, which also it's helpful to understand if there's a lead off or not a lead off. If there is no arbitrage, right, then the futures are just literally on par with the stocks. So resilience as a guessing game as to like how far stretched we are. There's no stretch. So this flat ARB is kind of telling us we're not going to get some good lead off signals. Am I muted? Make sure you click the live button that you're live. I was muted a second ago because I had a phone call, but I'm not muted anymore. There's a really strong move in Microsoft today. That's a big part of why that's a big part. So So without the like, essentially, you know, we're up in no man's land here. That's not going to affect the arbitrage play because arbitrage is only looking at the polarity and the half gap. So unfortunately, these are days where you'll just see a general weakness in trying to get ahead of the market. So my bet is if resilience is less than 0 and we're trading above here like we were a second ago, that's why my bet was short. Now the indicators have gone against me, so now I just going to initiate a general stop loss to get out of the way. And just a moderately sized S&P position. But now again, it's part number 2 where the trade is squeezing against me. So the original trade was here with negative condition, and then the second trade was here with negative condition. Both times I got a squeeze against me, so not touching NASDAQ anymore. That's just too powerful with Meta and Microsoft being like just a straight beeline to the top. I don't know where that power from that is. Like what I can't see. I'm trying to look up the news to see what's going on with these stocks today. Can y'all find anything about what's making Microsoft go up? I mean, this is a huge move. I was looking for some news, but I couldn't find anything. It's a Friday madness, I guess. Yeah, that's, like I said, that's the biggest move we've seen in Microsoft. Probably the biggest update we've seen in Microsoft probably since October. We've not seen a move like this at all. So it's got that, you know, awesome bull dip. Maybe it's just a short cover to the middle of the range, probably. Maybe there's no news to go with that. But yeah, I mean, it just blew straight up today. So probably the most powerful Microsoft moves we've seen in the quarter. That's for sure. That makes me like with no stopping too, just like you miss bullish, Matt. I know. I miss those days too, right? This is tough today. But who can anticipate a 3% move in Microsoft? I'm gonna go straight up. Just be happy with what I have. Major U.S. Air Force cloud contract win. Microsoft secured $170 million task order for its Azure Cloud One program. Oh, okay. That's significant. That and now China's buying chips again, so from NVIDIA. We got two really strong tech forces today. Yeah, NVIDIA's gonna be so sensitive because the three biggest movers today are all tech stocks. You got the big ones going up. Microsoft is doing a lot of carrying today. So I'm sticking with the S&P. I feel like that's the one that's less prone to like overshoot manipulation. Or not manipulation, but like, you know, Microsoft's just basically in a beeline. You can see NASDAQ's doing that, but S&P is sort of like really trying to maintain this sort of slower pace. Our indicators did flip back to bullish though, so I probably should. This might be the last. If, like I said, if this is the last day I'm shorting, this last day I'll try. I need to get out of this freaking $250,000 range. I've been dancing around 250 to 280 to 250 to 280. I've just been like the last like week and a half. I've got some pickup on the Arb indicator, man, and I'm in a liquidity pocket as well. This can squeeze me out. Not the biggest fan of that. We should just call this one. I think the first hesitation we have, like once Microsoft starts like having its first sort of, you know, like whatever first little retrace, I think will be like the opportunity for me to get out of this. It's got to come down at some point. I think the first little bit of selling, maybe I can just get out of this trade. I think like here would be a yeah, Gage has been wrong today. That sucks. And I could take the long trade to there, but I kind of just don't. Today's the day that just kind of confused all greater senses. And I think just because it's moving on such a strong, powerful event, that it kind of denied, like it's essentially, you know, the market was destined to do what it's going to do. And then we just took off with Microsoft and Meta. I think that kind of scared the market bullish, which is good, but it just sucks not being on the side. Miss that news. I hate missing big news though. Asking around at some point. Well, yeah, right. Yeah. I'm watching the order flow stall with high volume at this little top. So it's first, not that it has to come down, but it has to stop going up. Let me phrase that a little bit better. Just see the final, like the volume exhaustion and then lower volume with some bit of pull. Like essentially maybe I can get this, like once this relaxes, the rest of the market's not really doing the same thing. Nasdaq is, but the rest of the S&P, not everything in the S&P is looking as crazy bullish. Like if you put the hourly chart up, Nasdaq just looks like a monster, right? S&P still sort of in that sort of potential, like, okay, this is still possible. So once Microsoft stops running, are the rest of the stocks still in the boat? The reason we're detached today is because while everything was showing those signs, we just got such a per market cap jolt because of Microsoft. That's why you're seeing what you're seeing. That makes sense. Like despite everything else yanking it down, the huge push in Microsoft, that's enough to sort of like, you know, all the stocks are pulling back and it's like yanking it up to try to like track it with it. Now it's not as sensitive to the S&P as it is in NASDAQ. That's what's happening. So I'm saying it's like once Microsoft stops gaining market cap, let's see if the rest of the stocks still maintain this. So I'm like basically waiting to see if once it stops moving for a hot minute, will everything else realize where their actual place would be, right? Originally, my downside target was lower lows today, was down in the pocket. Like I wanted to see us go all the way to MHP last night. Like what now again, because Microsoft's moving, I don't think we get a big sell-off unless Microsoft sells off, right? But before that happened, I guess I missed that. That's my mistake. I make mistakes too. My thought was that we would end up down in here and that we would do something like that. That's really what I thought, but we got carried today pretty hard. In particular by the Microsoft frenzy. Let's double check everything really quick because like what I saw Nvidia just doing what it did yesterday, not really moving. AVGO not really moving. Apple sort of back in the middle of where it started, but filling its gap and stopping. Amazon took a run off of that. Microsoft, obviously, big ass run there. And Meta took a sizable run as well. Like, not everything else was moving. And that's where I was kind of like settling out with, okay, not everything's moving and everything else is sort of kind of bland-ish. And that's why, while everything was looking bad, we were popping because Microsoft was moving higher, but it wasn't really factoring into resilience because it's way outside the box. So Arb was picking up the change quicker than resilience was, but it still wasn't enough of a clue. So today was a day where we just got carried by some pretty good news. I guess the market is very sensitive to good news, right? Any good news we have, we're going to run with it. It's not really, people are not really feeling bearish in general on something that has good news, but people are definitely not feeling bullish in all the things, and I've been feeling it. I don't think we enter a bear market. I just keep feeling like that the overall direction is still trying to go lower, but today's starting to kind of disprove that for me, and I kind of am just gonna maybe just call it a day. Especially we're at a liquidity pocket. I probably shouldn't back hold this further. This is the testing spot for Microsoft. It's either here or never, but I honestly don't. I believe I got squeezed 3 times today. All my attempts. Well, my first trade was okay, but this LP can pop another 10 points, and I don't want to be upside down on that. I got that trade all last night. Like I made that trade. That's where I made the money today. And a little flip-floppy market. I probably should have been done since London, right? Dun, 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 dun. Okay, I should close it out. All right, I'm done. I can't do anything anymore for this one. What a travesty. All the signals were there that were good, and then we just got squeezed out of it. It happens, though. The question becomes what happens when we get up here to this level. I really don't care anymore for today. And Nasdaq move is very strong. Yeah, good night for this one. Sometimes you'll get this non-uniform move where it's just... This is significant though, to kind of yank everything in a different direction. This, who could have thought that it would have been that powerful, I guess. Look at this. This is enough to pull this market out. Just like December, we're sensitive to anything. So this just happened to be an unfortunate news event. I overlooked this, so that was my bad. That's huge. So I'm flat everything out, so. But sucks that I missed a good bull play, as bullish as I have always been in the longer market. But hey, at least I made something. We weren't anticipating a short. The signals were short. And because they were short, like, it was fine until the trigger of Microsoft, Amazon, just basically just beeline straight up. And that's really what caused the move. All the signals are short today. And so we just had, you know, this stock's such a heavy market cap in the index. Just when they go straight up with this amount of potential, like while the market is pulling back, it's just getting yanked up because there's so much market cap here despite everything else being flat. It's just pricing it in. That's all it's doing. Is how it goes. Res was positive here, but the thing is that you have to understand that not always is, like in this instance, Microsoft's not factoring into resilience. It was negative earlier. When I entered both trades, it was negative. So here, it's negative. Here was negative, and then here was also negative. So you can see that the negative res was good. And then all of a sudden we kept going, you know, right at this moment in time, literally here. I mean, we just got a second wave up in some big stocks. So it's just what happens. It's just what happens sometimes. Remember, the index is tracking the stocks, and you're not going to really, you know, sweat off a 4% move in a, you know, top 5 company. You can see that the market was trying to pull, and then it just sort of stopped doing it. I was thinking that when Microsoft hits some kind of key pivot and it finally sort of like has its first reset is probably where these things are going to top out at. I think I'll let Microsoft hit 470. That's the only, yeah, I had a pretty solid thesis, but, and you can see it's like trying to sell, but it's just like, you know, for hundreds of things pulling back, you got, you know, 2 or 3 of the biggest things, you know, running straight up with no pullback. So the index is just going to let go of that pressure and just track with the stock that goes with it. We can do it, you know, just happens sometimes. No, these are all market cap weighted. That's the thing. But the one thing that you'll have to understand is that resilience is looking at where stocks are inside the redistribution zone to get that polarity there, right? And Microsoft, even though it's going higher and higher and higher, it's not going to be affecting this. This is more like the amount of market cap that flips to the other side. Microsoft is already accounted for on the resilience side of things. The idea that Microsoft went straight up, the index is tracking it, but this time resilience is not going to be a leading indicator, because this is what happens on days when you have a single stock catalyst. We teach in the boot camp is when you have a single stock catalyst, especially with one of the big companies, you're going to lose any sort of arbitrage you'll have with the index, because you can have 490 companies sitting flat or selling off, and one Amazon that rallies 10% will pull the index up despite everything else not going anywhere, right? It's in the calculation. Remember, the calculation is only asking where it is relative to here. It's already factored in. This is all the other companies that decided to finally just yank out a bear side because we had such a strong rally here. This was already factored in. And even though this was rallying, there was still everything was selling off and everything else flipped their polarity mid-strike. Again, the stock market has that randomness to it. Middle of the day, we could probably load up even some bigger stocks and show that some bigger companies, like AVGO, was still not that bullish, right? We could show that some bigger companies slipped their polarity, like right here as an example. See when Apple flipped to the other side? Now Apple added to this big spike right here, right? So while everything else was looking bad, the big Microsoft rally just somehow just yanked everything up. And you can't really account for that because if you look until that moment when everything is kind of negative, somebody just decided to come in there and buy every part of Apple. And you cannot forecast or predict when people are going to buy stocks. It's just how the stock market is. And while everything looked good here with all the signals we wanted, look, some big buyers just coming in like, yep, let's gobble up some Apple. And you see a lot of that, right? When you get a big tech rally, it looks like everything else just tandemed with it. And, you know, arbitrage isn't going to necessarily pick that up because, you know, the index is tracking the stock to a T. So the index just went up when the stock went up. And, you know, Meta sort of like, what is this dashed line here on Meta? Meta is above the box, so it's already factored in, right? Everything that's above the box is already factored in. So the two things that are rallying really quick are not are already factored into the positive side here. There was just so much that was bearish that just turned bullish because of the run, and it just happened. Say like Tesla, same situation, right? And again, you can't forecast it. Tesla had that same look. Everything was down. Everything was down. Everything was down. Then all of a sudden, it just, while everything was down, people just decided to start buying some Tesla, and it just comes out of nowhere where there's no index or indication or pivot. Just went right up. And so, you know, we get a little bit of bump in resilience when Tesla jumps to the other side. But this is just a case where everything was bearish, and then a couple rallies told everybody like, okay, you know, things are good now. It just happens. Better safe than sorry. Just get out of the way. Although I give up most of my gains here, I'm still like doing fantastic everywhere else. So, but it does suck to feel like you missed out on something good, right? They just keeps giving alongside. You guys are pretty good shape. What was my top album for 2025? Oh, did I listen to the most? Yeah, I traded my plan 3 times and got 1 time worked, 3 times didn't. Still slightly up for the day. In the main account, but can't complain. And the question becomes, do we sell from here? It's yellow line. As much as I felt like that was it, I don't know if we're going to dance through here a little bit. S&P could very well fill the gap today, and that could be the play. But yeah, so, you know, it seems like a lot of days I tend to get a really good plan going off. Some days I get the plan wrong. And it just happens. Not a big deal. I can walk away with something, which is better than nothing, but my mistake. I didn't see the Microsoft news. I'm really tired. Missed it. And that was enough to just jolt everything positive. So this is a huge run here. Almost 3.7%. Kind of a big deal in an environment where, which is kind of crazy because we weren't getting big moves off of GDP, we weren't getting big moves off of non-farms, we weren't getting big moves off of much, but individual company news like micros have completely taken over. That's the real takeaway now, is that, you know, we're gonna have to be very, very, very understanding that everybody's so picky on stock picking right now. People are chasing the one good thing that's good, and they're not touching anything else. You can see that they're not touching anything else. If that one big thing that's good is tech, you're going to have a rally for the day. Everything else is pretty mediocre. Why not reject now? Like I'm saying, I'm not going to... Once I have a thesis and once my thesis gets blown, it's kind of like good form to say, I don't understand where people's heads are at right now, so I'm not going to make a bet. Just as simple as that. What was my top album for 2025? Like new album that came out or album that I listened to the most? What did I listen to the most this year? I don't think I have like a favorite album that came out this year. The EST song, probably that more than anything. Let's see what I was mostly jamming out to. Right? You know what I'm saying? Like if you have a thesis and the market does something completely different, it's okay to assume that you just can't figure it out. And it's like, okay, let's not try to figure it out then. The last thing I can do is still be married to that thesis. Obviously, it proved me wrong, so I can just say, okay, I'm wrong, and I'm good being wrong, and I can still walk away with some green. Although it's not all the green I start off with. It's better than a sharp stick in the eye, like my dad used to say. I've been listening to like when I've been playing Arc Raiders. It's such a sound-based game. One of the few times I'm not listening to music when I game. I always like to listen to music when I game though. Mostly like metal and stuff, but when you have to hear footsteps of players, you gotta play that game in perfect silence. Let's get to the 1K for the giveaway, guys. Smash that like button. Let's do it. Alrighty. DD band on Nasdaq is probably a place to short, to scalp a short, if there is anything to trade from. But this powerhouse move, I honestly no desire to touch it. I could just assume I missed it and it's a little irrational and crazy to the upside. I don't have a play. One could tap it for a short at 860. I don't think I want to fight this upward movement, even though things stop at some point. I think if Microsoft is at MHP, I might try one more attempt, which is about lining up with that at 470. I'm just not convinced that it turns everything around, but Microsoft does have MHP resistance coming up. It could be just your first, like, you know, knee jerk red like that, and then it keeps going. So that's common. I'm still up today. I'm still way up today. Yeah. Matt got the steak brain. Yep, that's part of it too. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night either. Woke up late, missed the news. Face half at yellow. The thing is, we're hitting yellow a second time, then it makes me feel like it wants to break and keep going. Normally, when it does this and returns to there, it's very rare that you get two cells. You know. I'll be completely honest with you guys. I think that the S&P's trajectory might actually be to fill that gap. And then that's where the play will be. Means we'll probably overshoot that a little bit. Like if Microsoft hits MHP and does a little retracey trace, we'll get something like that. We'll overshoot there. Probably something like that. This is too strong and too powerful of a move to want to short this. Like I'll bet for, I won't bet for lower highs. I'll bet for higher highs for now. Like, you know, like any bear plays, I'm not betting that we hit the line a second time and sell off. I'm betting that we now are catching up with that trajectory. So a little bit to the overshoot, break the highs of the week, fill the gap, and then there's your sell. I think it's probably the way to go. I said gap fill and ES is possible. I didn't think it was possible today, but I said that that's probably what it would do if it was going to rally to the gap fill. And so in the intermediate, while there might be some selling pressure here, I don't want to play it. So now everything's kind of like taking a move to the upside, but Nvidia is starting to sell off right now. Like this is the thing, right? You're starting to see other stocks, you know, not really care. And so, you know, the potential is there for some selling pressure. You know, not all the Microsoft game. You know? Do I have a yellow at 892? I don't. At 892, sorry, I do. Yes, sorry, 892. I don't have it drawn in here for some reason. All right. See how this one plays out. Microsoft just keeps going up and up and up and up, but everything else is sort of in that boat of pulling back. Look, Resilience is nosediving. Arb is nosediving again. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, pretty much a dip to catch. I think like with this, the way things are moving right now, ideally like days like this, I'd want to take a play. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to watch and see what happens instead of taking the long there. Like I said, sometimes you lose things, the structure is gone, right? The market is kind of in a weird spot. Although every single time long trade from here to here, I should take just like there. Like I got out of the way of the short, so I didn't get squeezed with that. But the every single time long, I might want to avoid, because what I think is going to happen is if we move through here, start playing like this, the situation I want to see is I want to see that the short setup is still possibly there. Would be like something that's, oh my God, what is that giant pencil that we're like in here? And then I want to see this nosedive and this nosedive. I want to see a signal to say that's it. Like, okay, we detached for a little bit. Microsoft went to the moon, and now, okay, now's the time to say, okay, where are we going to go with it? So let me wait, and I might actually get another signal. I'm not going to chase it from here. And it'd be sad if it does sell off and I miss out, but Microsoft will hit MHP, and that's really your power today, right? Is everything else moving along the same trajectory? And the answer is, well, some things, but not all the things, right? You still got MHP break to the downside on Nvidia, right? So I mean, you got this huge powerhouse pulling things down. This very well could turn around and just sell off for the day. Really don't know, but in all honesty, when the fact that things just kind of detached, major companies are doing this, kind of like, let's wait and get a more solid signal. Like Res is now negative, right? So Arb is not that negative, it's 1.3, but like Res is dropping to 0. If it drops to negative, and this drops to like negative 10 or 15, and this goes up, I'll jump right back into a short to bet that we get back down to here. But I'm gonna have to get that signal now that everything's sort of like done detaching. Like everything can kind of line up again, and we'll see, right? But boy, oh boy, that move today was really solid. I get the lunchtime pullback. Yeah, so this is what I'm looking for right now. Thing is that the indicator is not really that strong right now. It's only got, the thing was is all morning, when I say it's not strong, because you want to see that stretch be like 20, 30, 40 or bigger, right? 40 is ideal for a big stretch. Just because it's negative, it's the point value that matters with ARB. See, with resilience, it's like positive or negative is really all that matters. But here it's the point value of like how much it can move. And we're only like 10 points of difference on NASDAQ. So, you know, 2 points on S&P is not a big deal. It's not that much stretch. And all morning, while it was negative, it wasn't like negative 10 or 20. I'm starting to learn, because this is my first time using this, is that the distance does matter. Just because it's -2 or +2 is not that strong of a signal, because that's not that much difference, right? I still give away more accounts than any other live stream. I think these days I do, yeah. We get so much to give away. I have on my funded futures right after the show today. I'm not gonna get a nap. Sucks. I know, let's wait to see if the signal strengthen out a little bit. Maybe after this, one more hour of upside and then an overshoot, maybe the gap fill. I think the gap fill might be the end of the road there. We got so much going on for this party today. Oh my god. All right. How the indications looking? S&P resilience is still positive. We're peaking out at this level here. If I'm right, I don't know if I want to take the risk on that though. Signals aren't strong enough, but man, this is a day where everything's detached and weird. Was news positive for Nasdaq? I would say the news was positive. The news on Meta and Nvidia were positive. That was definitely like the turning point today. Microsoft's going to 4% move today. Incredible. This is the major reason we're getting some bump in the market. This is just such a substantial move. We haven't seen a move this powerful in Microsoft in, God, I have, let's see, 4%. When's the last 4% move we had in Microsoft? It was probably like April 9th. I've not seen a candle this big in the whole chart of Microsoft. So this is huge news for one company. Clearly the index can respond to that, but it kind of blew my attempts out of the water with my indicators were certainly like, I did get the waves, but you see how like when I get the signal, right? I am trading from like the right spot. I get the signal, I am trading from the right spot, but it just that I got overpowered. Then one final place, sort of like here, everything went bullish, right? So, but it still doesn't mean we don't got a day that just dies out for the rest of the day. But I need to get a clearer signal before I chase anything. Yeah. Long off of LP might be a good play. I always tell myself once things have detached from what I wanted them to do and we kind of broke structure, I try not to take additional stabs at it. It almost feels like an irrational market without it being an irrational market, right? Signals aren't that strong. Res is at 0, Arb is at 0, so we don't have any stretch to play. I'm just gonna kind of like let it simmer down. In all honesty, the only technical place that I really care to maybe still hold on to my lower into earnings thesis is that once the gap is filled, that we're here, if not here for the day. That would be like an ideal setup. This I kind of want to wait and watch now because I'm very confused as to how much we can still run on the Microsoft play. But gap fill pullback is a really solid trade. Always. At least for like 15, 20 points. My Fund of Futures no longer has a discount, yeah, for affiliates. At least for now. We've been kind of talking about maybe bringing discounts back for certain affiliates. We have a meeting today with the team. So they kind of got rid of discounts for almost all the affiliates. They're trying to like essentially weed out most of the bad affiliates and just kind of like come to like a more normalized affiliate program. And then in the last meeting, we brought up the idea that certain people should get commissions at least. And so they've been exploring, or not commissions, discounts. They've been exploring bringing discounts back for certain people, like like us that work at the show. It might end up being that the people that work on the show get discounts and people that don't work on the show don't. So they've been trying. I just go to the meetings. This is their talk. They've been chatting about it. So it could be cool if it comes back out that there's another, a 10% discount or something with the code. Be kind of nice. But that's not for everybody, just for affiliates. No, it wouldn't be just for all the affiliates. It would be for like people on the show. People on the show have expressed interest in the meetings. I probably shouldn't be telling y'all too much of this, but expressed interest in the meetings that it's better to have a discount code, at least for the people that work for the company. And that does make sense because they work for the company. It's in their best incentive to, bring in sales for the company. I was like, hey, that does make sense. But every affiliate out there, I mean, they're, most of these prop firms are starting to like weed out most of these affiliates. It's starting to dry up. You start to see Twitter get a little more toxic, right? A lot of these people are very upset that their codes are getting canceled. All these affiliates that used to have codes, they're getting kicked out of the affiliate programs. All these people who were big name, or not even big names, like loud names the last year or two. Like certain influencers or, smaller influencers that had all these codes. Mysteriously, half of the codes have vanished. Half of the firms have fired them because of their behaviors and other things. And like the firms are cracking down on it. So people are starting to get a little angry out there about the whole. There's a lot of jealousy floating around that some people have codes and some people don't. But the affiliate programs are starting to change very substantially. So, it's regulation, right? The reason they're doing it is because the firms are starting to like hit the ceiling of what's flexible and possible with growing a prop firm, and that the ceiling is regulation. They pushed the envelope as far as they can, and now we're at the edge. And now, you have all the affiliates sort of like illegally marketing stuff and not presenting things truthfully, breaking FTC violations, and so, the firms are cracking down on it and just kicking people out of the program left and right. And Microsoft had a big military deal, I think. Somebody posted about it earlier. But that's kind of like what's going on, right? Because, if you like, for instance, you have a giveaway, you have to say, the giveaway is sponsored by somebody. If somebody gives you something to gift out, you can't just say, oh, it's my favorite firm. I love it. Best firm ever. You really have to disclose partnerships, sponsorships, and salaries. If somebody pays you a salary, you must disclose your own salary. If you market something, you can't just pretend to like something and you're secretly getting paid to do it. Paid endorsement is a big issue in not only futures regulation, but also any FTC regulation. You can't just endorse a product and not say this is a paid endorsement by something, something, something. And it's kind of been like sloppy in the affiliate space. People have just been doing it, and now they're getting cracked down on, and all these kids are crying. Like, there goes my revenue. I was like, well, yeah, but you don't deserve the job. You can do the job right. Anyways, they started changing the space by getting rid of codes for a lot of people, not just my fund, but everybody. Apex cracked down. They're watching people like a hawk. Like even Apex is like canned like 90% of their affiliates, and they're very much watching what everybody says or does now to make sure that you're following the regulations and stuff. And my fund had got rid of the discount code for whatever reason. What I thought was that they did that so they can market lower prices against their competitors. Like if you have a $100 account, someone has a $90 account. Even if you have a $100 account with 20% discount, it's still on your website, says $100. So it seems like the other one's cheaper, even though you're cheaper. I think their strategy was to come in super cheap without the discount and have a list price that was cheaper, which does make sense for a sales funnel. But then all of a sudden, like, you know, your affiliates are like de-incentivized. And so the conversation has been, can we please bring back the discount codes? Like our communities can get 10% discounts, yada, yada. So we'll discuss that in the meeting today for sure. But it was like ES trading in a range from, yeah, from 6, 9, 10, 964. Kind of has been, right, for a while. You should check if a firm is banned. Yeah. If the firm that we're giving away a code for doesn't, you can't like operate in your country, then you can't get the prize, fortunately. If you won an account yesterday and it's banned from the country you're from, the thoughts are you don't get the prize. It's just simple as that. You don't qualify for the giveaway. You can't, like when I was 18 years old, I won a case of beer from a radio station. And I couldn't go claim it because I wasn't 21. And also, because it came with concert tickets too. It was like a concert ticket and a case of beer. I couldn't claim the prize. My dad couldn't claim the prize either because he wasn't the winner. So unfortunately, you enter a contest you don't qualify for. My thoughts are, well, you should have read the rules. You must be able to trade the account. And unfortunately, as it sucks, I know it kind of sucks though. You got drawn. It's not like we can give you another prize. It has to be, you have to be able to qualify for the prize. That's the way it is. You'll buy me a case of beer. I sat there and I was like, how can I convince them I'm 21? I'm like, no, they'll probably just check my driver's license. Yeah, and the thing is if the person can't claim it, we just recycle the account and give it back away to another person. But also, you guys got to remember, not saying Georgina is this kind of person. She seems legit. But in general, a lot of people from you know, the banned countries are the people with the bot accounts trying to scam and win, you know, anyways. So it kind of serves a dual purpose that they can't claim the prize and we get it back to give it to someone else. But unfortunately, it kind of sucks. I know it sucks you won something, but we did have to set that rule because earlier people were like, okay, my country doesn't allow this. Can I get a different one? And we're like, you know, there were too many people trying to scam us because of that. And it's too much to track. We're like, how do we know your country's banned or not banned? Do we have to check on it? Or is it because you're banned? You can't claim the prize because they've banned you. And it was like, it was too much work. So we were just like, we'll make the rule is that if you can't win the prize, then you forfeit the prize. So I really, yeah. And because we had to deny other people because of that same thing, I can't just be like, I'd love to just hand you an account, but then a dozen other people will be pissed off at me because we didn't do it to them too. So yeah, that's Georgina, just for my information, which country is Tradeify banned in? Just so I can learn, so I know. But you'll win again. Just stick around long enough. Your name will get drawn for something else. Which country would this be? From Morocco? Really? I wonder why. I'm curious, like, why there would be limitations not being able to operate in Morocco. Apex is banned in your country too? That's so odd, right? Watch me be like the other day when my intuition is right and we're just back down to 0. Don't have any indications, not a smooth sort of like... oh. Not really like a... This is the only company that removed Morocco? That's interesting. Like I don't work deep enough in the prop business side to understand like why maybe it's legal or maybe there's some kind of like I would say that most of those choices have to do with maybe gambling laws or something. Maybe there's, and at the discretion of the company, probably, that's what I always thought, but maybe there's other reasons why they don't do business with certain countries. Maybe there's a risk reason for them, you know, who knows? Like the country probably, I always thought it would be like the country would just disallow something they might consider gambling or something. Lucid removed Morocco too. You've been watching for 3 years? Oh, nice, nice. Curious. Yeah, unfortunately, my connection in the prop space doesn't join those conversations. I would assume that as a company owner, multiple company owner myself, the only reason I would make a decision like that is either A, legal limitations. As a business, especially an e-business, you'd have no reason not to want to operate everywhere all the time. More money is more money. So either one of two things, either A, there's a legal limitation, some hurdle that's either against the law, or a hurdle that is costly to get over. Like you have to get some kind of permitting or something that just costs too much, and the business return won't be as much. The only other possibility I could think is that there's a risk reason, as in, not saying this about your country or anybody's country, but an example, if there's a country that has, you monitor chargebacks, right, per location. And so like in my business metrics, I can see like any chargeback I've ever gotten, I can see location. I can see like a hotspot on a map. Where's all my chargebacks? If all your chargebacks are isolated in one single country, then that country may have limited or lax laws on that kind of fraudulent behavior, and therefore there's very little jurisdiction for you to fight that off, and then it's a risky business law. So example, if there's a country that just scammed everybody all the time, and the country was like, we don't police it, you know, whatever, you send us a subpoena, we wipe our ass with it, you know, then you'd probably be like, you know, fuck that, I can deal with it. So that's really the only three reasons I can think of why a country would be like gray listed or blacklisted. There's got to be some kind of, or maybe political reasons, like we have like a, you know, like we're forbidden to do business with Cuba, you know, for most of my childhood, then you can't do business with Cuba, right? Could be a political legality or limitation as well. So I'm not really sure what that would be. But yeah, those would be the only reasons as a business owner I can think of off the top of my head why I would make a decision to not do a business with the country. And just give you any account you want. Georgina, I just explained earlier, we don't do that either. If you enter a contest that you don't qualify for the prize, we can't just give you any prize of your choosing. The raffle is for that specific prize, so it'll be recycled and someone else will really appreciate the account because someone else will get it, but we can't just hand you out something because we you know, we made that decision because it's a lot of work for us. And look at this, here's the pullback. I'm just kind of chilling. And we had to tell other people before, like, sorry, you can't, you know, the rules are if you don't qualify, you can't win. So if I gave you something, then other people will be mad because I didn't give them something. But the reason we don't just let you go back to the prize pool and just choose what you want, because then everybody that wins, like, oh, I don't like this ETF account, why can't I get the Lucid account? And then it's just whatever. So the rules are the rules, you guys got to follow them. And so unfortunately, I wish I could just hand you something, but everyone else will be pissed off at me if I did. That's kind of like, and the other reason is that like earlier on when before we changed the rule, Andrew would be like, hey, it's banned in their country, should we give them something else? We'd give them something else. And then the prop firm would come back and say, oh no, we banned this person's IP. They log in with, you know, multiple accounts and we banned them for cheating the system. And we're like, oh, so we're getting scammed. So we were going on all these like wild goose chases to try to like, well, let's just give somebody an extra account or whatever. Half of our efforts turned out to be a dead end because that person was a scammer from a scamming country. So then we're like, all right, you know what? Let's just make the rule that it's not that it's you. But but other people it was kind of like that. So I was like, Andrew was go hand over, you know, like just running it down, like talking to the prop firm, spending an hour trying to get this person a free account. And I was like, half the time it was someone that was banned anyways from the prop firm. So then we were like, all right, let's just make a rule. And we just like, okay, this will be easy going forward. So this is where I did have that trade and I closed out earlier. I'm still not going to engage in it, even though things are sort of not as bullish anymore. There is that first little pullback that we're seeing in the Microsoft play. I was saying earlier is that as soon as Microsoft hits the ceiling, you'll finally start to see the index kind of like play ball with that. I said it has to stop somewhere. And now there's that first little pullback on the index trade. I'm okay with, you know, whittling back a little bit of my 50K gains today. I've been just chilling on everything else. Seeing somebody says, how about a prop swap channel where winners can swap, right? Then it just becomes like all this extra work. As much as I love you guys, I don't love y'all that much to do extra work all the time. There's a lot of cool ideas, but unfortunately the cool ideas is like 20 extra minutes in our day and an extra hour in our day. And that stuff costs us time. And we got so many big things we're trying to do. I'm trying to find other streamers because I got a bunch of business obligations that I have to carry on. Make Slacks do it, yeah. Andrew be like, you gonna give me a pay raise. Yes, res is negative, but the problem is it's not that negative. That's the one thing I'm waiting for. I'm waiting to see like a failure on a bounce with negative res. All right, so you can see on this bounce here, if we do get any sort of stronger reading on this, and I might want to take a play. But I think my bigger thought is that the gap fill is where that end of the move is. You bashed your first eval today or on Apex? Oh, very nice, very nice. Congrats, man. DD, that's awesome. So let's see. That playoff LP, that's pretty good, solid bounce there. I kind of, like I said, I kind of have been a little hesitant to this whole day. I'm just kind of choosing to sit on this one. Longer term gap fill actually it's from last Friday on the S&P. There's a moderately, like, slight little gap down that we had last Friday on the S&P that hasn't been filled. And from like 78 to, oh, let's say moderate. It's like 50 points. 78 to 15. But I think that's where we end up today, filling that gap. Mhm. Mhm. Got so much yet to plan for this party tonight. Ugh. Okay. Oops. Was it I double click this, right, to bring it back up? If I double click, there it is. Okay. They're both of them are kind of flat, so we're not getting any solid long or short signal. I still say I'm going to maintain the stance that we are going to fill the gap today. That's what I think we're going to. I think that that's it. So we've been talking to a company called Go Charting. I don't know if you guys are familiar with them. They are a let me try to go to the chartings here. They are a charting software. Like if you want to think of it like a competitor to TradingView, for instance. Go Charting. I'll just briefly demonstrate like what it is. We've been working with these guys to get so they have an API that they're going to talk to our server, and we'll be able to put Rocket Scooter tools inside of it. It's its own web-based charting software. You can actually connect here to every broker that you trade with, including prop brokers. So Go Charting has the ability to connect to TradeStation, Phillip, Dorman, AMP, EdgeClear, Iron Beam, anything in CQG, Tradeovate, Ninja, and Rhythmic. The thing is with TradingView is not compatible with Rhythmic. So this is a huge opportunity that every prop trader can trade their props inside of here. And within the month, Rocket Scooter tools will be inside of here on their native platform indicator study. You'll be able to add Rocket Scooter directly to here, and it's going to talk to our server. This is the meetings I've been having. We're going to have a partnership with these guys going forward. This is including us being in NinjaTrader as well. So we're working to get our tools in NinjaTrader. We're getting our tools inside of Go Charting. And like I said, the look and feel reminds you, and it's not built off of TradingView. It's their own stuff. So, but it's a competitor to TradingView. The fact that it's compatible with Rhythmic is huge. I don't know why TradingView is not compatible with Rhythmic, other than it's an older technology, and TradingView was kind of built on the framework of CQG rather than Rhythmic. So anyways, being just a charting software, obviously that's going to be like the next partner added to our roster. And our tools, so what this will be this will finish before NinjaTrader will. Our tools will be inside of here, and you can trade inside of here. Visually looks very similar to TradingView, and it operates very similar to TradingView, which makes it really nice. You know, their own tools and stuff are a little bit different, so they have their own drawing tools and layout. But yeah, it's going to have that same sort of TradingView vibe. I don't really have to have a mobile app or not. I need to double check with them. But either case, you can log into all of your prop accounts in one place. So I'm kind of excited to see, you know, our tools in another place. How much is their monthly charge going to be? That's a good question. Pricing. So there's free chart version, and then $30 a month CME group bundle. This includes data feeds, by the way. So I think that when they say it like this, I think this also includes your data feeds. So while on the surface, TradingView has like a cheaper plan, you still got to add on your data feeds. I think this is your typical, you get CME group data to come with this. So that's cheap as shit. You're getting, basically it's what, a $20 sub plus your $14 a month CME group top of book bundle. I don't know if this is level 2 or not. Let's see. So this includes CME, CBOT, NYMEX, and COMEX for $34 plus your charting platform. That's very comparable to TradingView, which is kind of nice. And we'll probably get a discount, you know, being partners with these guys. So that's not bad. So this includes your data to go with it. So $34 a month for the charting plus your data. Data is $14 a month. And with that being said, you can use their platform instead of our platform and our data. So TradingView doesn't have level 2. Oh, I didn't know that. Do I have a code with FFN? I don't have a code with FMM now. Interactive brokers, yeah, interactive brokers is on that list too. So that's what kind of makes them really actually competitive, because they have the ability to connect to just about any broker, including interactive, including CQG, including Trade-Evate Ninja, and including Rhythmic, which covers every prop firm with the exception of the Top Step. So with either case, it kind of is like the manifest destiny of Rocket Scooter Tools being inside of a trading platform that's very detailed and very well made. And our platform business, as we kind of have built the platform, is to support the indicators. We're a tool company, so the tools are more important for our staff. Wire Improp. I've never used Wire Improp. I'm not sure anything about them. So that'll be fun. Yeah, so the way that it works, if you buy whatever you buy from us, from our entire marketplace, will be available to you on their platform. So as we expand the marketplace, the idea is if you buy an indicator from us or from somebody else, you carry a license with you, and that license will talk to all these other platforms, including Ninja and whatever. Is it based on TradingView? It's not based on TradingView, no. They said they built it from scratch. It kind of looks and feels similar-ish to TradingView, but just in the charting. Like, but your HTML chart is gonna, they all kind of are built off of the same basic charting library that everybody builds HTML charting off of. So it's not even TradingView is unique. They're all, there's tons of GitHub charting libraries out there that everybody built these platforms on top of. So when people say something looks or feels like TradingView, they're all built off of a similar library of just basic charting in a browser that sort of open source in a way. And TradingView is something else with lipstick. Like, TradingView didn't invent, HTML charting. There's so many different charting platforms that look and feel the same, but they're all like built on the same framework. Yeah, you'll be able to trade Rocket Scooter without an extra DOM on the side. You'll have everything in one spot. Watch Microsoft again. Are we blasting up to one higher level MHP? See, I hate that we pivot below MHP and come right back up to it. A little inconclusive here. So is it rejecting? Is it not? I like to say in this instance, I like to bet that it does break and keep going. So I do think we hit that 77 level today. The Go charting thing is the documentation between the two groups is already being worked on and discussed. It's just, and they had their tech meeting with our tech team all last night. Our developers and their developers made a group Discord. They're already sort of, I just now read the notes from the meeting, their conversation. So now he's sharing the JSON responses and how we draw on the charts. And then they're like, okay, we can do that. And they're discussing, they have an API, we have an API. And how they're going to call the data from our server. So they're actually making a lot of quick headway. It's not a, if they're built for it, the thing is like, if the platform is built for it, it's not a heavy retrofit to get data from our server to publish on there. If their charts are built on utilizing drawing tools to draw on the charts, kind of like how TradingView is, right? We actually just call data from our server into the TradingView, and then TradingView already has drawing tools that draws on a coordinate system from this place to this place to this place. So if you utilize the browser's existing capabilities of the drawing tools here, We just send data to the platform, and the platform knows when we see this data, we draw this thing. They don't have to build anything. Ninja has to build this on Tradeovate to get just to draw a box. They don't have the ability to accept coordinates and the platform know, oh, here's outside coordinates, please draw a box. They don't have any of that ability. So they'd have to build all that framework. And so our meeting with them about Tradeovate was to have them build that framework to convince them that it'll open so many doors for their ecosystem. It'll merge the Ninja ecosystem into the Tradeovate world, which is something they never did. They still operate like two separate companies. And so the goal was with the business team there was us to convince them that they should take that path because it'd be very good for them in the long haul. Imagine you buy something from the NinjaTrader ecosystem. Don't you want it on Tradeovate too? It makes sense, right? They don't cross-pollinate between the two. So that's kind of the problem that we deal with, that the companies are trying to figure out, is there a solution there? Oh yeah, we'll do giveaway in a second. Yeah, it's not exactly rocket science to draw a line, for honest. The problem is that they don't have the ability to draw the line, then they have to create the ability to draw the line. Most of the issue with Tradeovate is that Tradeovate is like a platform inside of a secure infrastructure that like accepts data in, and then you talk to exchange out. There is zero pathway to accept any external data whatsoever. They're not even, they have their pathways only. They've got no way to accept external data except for their API, which just connects a broker connection and tunnels this data to a third-party piece of software, such as like TradingView, as an example, right? So you can connect, you can grab futures data and you can send orders to the pipeline, and that's it. So that API will allow you to receive data, like ticker data, and then it'll allow you to send an order, and that's it. This thing has no ability to say, wait, what'd you do? You sent me all these numbers and coordinates. What do we do with it? Oh, we need to draw. Oh, we don't have drawing tools from that. So they'd have to build not only a like more robust API that can take different instructions, they also need to build the ability to have rendering capabilities of the data they receive. So with the Tradeovate side of that project, it's more complicated than it is with Ninja. Ninja has all the ability to draw with the drawing instructions on the chart. You can be very quick and easy for that retrofit. A web-based HTML charting already has rectangle tool. They just know we receive 4 points. Use rectangle tool, render rectangle at these 4 points. Just like when you drag your mouse, it says render rectangle at these 4 points. Where was your mouse when it started? Where's your mouse where it ended? Now render. And so when you have those pre-made charting drawing tools, it's a cinch to just grab our data and plot it. You think it'd be easy, like just here's the coordinates, draw the line, but they don't have the ability to even draw the line. That's kind of the takeaway there. The tech team was like, oh, that's a lot of work. They can draw a rectangle on native Tradeovate. They can draw a line, but it doesn't have the ability to draw it from coordinates. That's kind of what the layman's explanation of it is. It's a different handling procedure. So in their eyes, it was a bigger project. They do have the basic drawing tools there native, but it's not just the drawing tools. It's the way the drawing tools interact with the rendering portion of drawing. Like, what is the instruction to draw? It's not as easy over there. Yeah. So when you buy Rocket Scooter, there is no additional cost to go anywhere else. Let me explain this again. You buy a license from us. The license you take with you everywhere you go. So if you have a subscription here, it will work everywhere in all of our partners' platforms. that's the point. Coordinates is just my way of describing it to you. Let me explain again. I'm just describing it to you guys in an easy to understand way for people that aren't programmers. You can send the price. When I say send the price levels, it's coordinates. Like when you're telling a platform, like I can send 470, right? But you don't just send 470. You don't just say like, draw a monthly hedge pressure at 470. The platform's gonna be like, huh, what is that? What you end up saying is that you draw a line. So what our API would send out is draw a line. The line starts on the x-axis at 930 and ends at the x-axis at 4. And on the y-axis, the line is 470. So what we would actually send to the API would be like 930, 4 o'clock, 470, color, weight, line type, etc. Right? We would send instructions from the server that would essentially contain information for this to render it. Draw from here to here at this price with this color, this weight, this whatever. And so the API is like sending just a little packet. When I say coordinates, it's a lot of info, but I just say coordinates to make it simpler to understand. You got to tell it where to draw on a grid. Yeah. Rocket Scooter doesn't work with TradeStation, Jimbusi, but I just told you with Go Charting works with TradeStation, solves all our problems. You would use Go Charting. We have a subscription here. Go to Go Charting, connect your TradeStation, connect your Rocket Scooter, boom, boom, they all pair up. Problem solved. Can you get API access to Rocket Scooter? Unfortunately, we can't give you API access. That's the one thing that we have closed off that we can't hand out. For data entitlement purposes, we don't have per user API. Go Charting has more connection capabilities than TradingView does, because TradingView doesn't work with Rhythmic. Yeah, it's not in place yet, but the tech teams right now are already building it. So they had the first meeting last night to talk about building it. So they're already talking back and forth to the server. We already got our first. They already got their first response from our server, and now they're like, okay, what is all this thing? They pinged the server, we sent something back, and they're like, okay, what is all this information? And then we're training them on the info. When will that be available? Depends on how fast they can turn it around. It's already in place, so they're working on it now. I would say I can't imagine it taking more than a month. Could you cancel AMP? Okay, let me give you guys, let me detail this to make it easier, and I'll have like a video to train everybody on it. When it comes to your platform, you're gonna need 2 subscriptions, maybe 3. Okay. Number 1 is you're gonna need Rocket Scooter subscription, which you already have. That's checked off the box. It will automatically tunnel the platform. You don't have to pay anything else. Number 2 is you're gonna have to have a platform sub if they have one that's applicable. Like they may require you to get a sub, like a $10 or $20 a month sub for the charting. Okay. You're also gonna need a data sub, right? In TradingView, they're separate. In TradingView, you got to buy your platform sub and then your data sub, and you get to choose what data you want. With Go Charting, they actually are one and the same. I just looked it up. $34 gives you your platform and your data feeds from them. You buy your data, they're data redistributors. The reason why you go get AMP to get your data is because we didn't want to sign up for data redistribution with futures, because we'd have to charge you $75 a month for it. So what they do is they eat the cost of it and sell you. They get the educational fee, and they pay this huge fee to be able to supply data. We could do that, but we also chose not to do that so that we can do the broker route. You don't have to have a broker connected to this anymore to get everything. You pay their $34, you pay our sub, and then it'll just work. But another side connection is if you want to trade through them, you'll have to have whatever broker credentials you log into as well. So whether you're trading props or whether you're trading real trading account, they have the ability to connect anything. They have CQG, they have the ability to connect Rhythmic, which whether you have a brokerage account or a prop account or whatever, and that's all sold separately for whatever you're doing. You won't need AMP to connect your data anymore because you're going to buy your data from them. Does it have a built-in copy trader? I don't know, but this company is so progressive at trying to build something in the prop space. I wouldn't be surprised if they did have something down the road for that. Their goal right now is to be for the prop space what Ninja is for the prop space, but in competing directly with TradingView. Like TradingView has functionality to just trade some of your props, mostly your Ninja ones. But these guys are like, we want you to be able to trade every prop firm ever on our platform, and we kind of want to become a prop firm ourselves at some point, which is another thing that they were talking about. So they're gonna be some kind of prop, maybe themselves, inside of their own platform, which could be even cool as well. Or parting with the prop or something. It was a conversation we had on the side. But that'd be cool. As far as a competitor to TradingView, TradingView really doesn't have a competitor, and their product is clean. I've been testing it out and using it. It's just a charting platform. The data is good. It doesn't like, you know, doesn't die out. It doesn't seem to have issues. And for a charting platform, it just does what you need to do. Does it have a DOM that works? Does it have charts that fill the orders? It should be pretty good. And the question that I want to ask them is, do they have a mobile app? Let's double check if they do. I'll just look in the App Store. If they don't have a mobile app, then that's the one place that would be nice if they worked on that. Hold on. They got a mobile app. Hell yeah. They do for Apple. There you go. And it looks really clean. So at the end of the day, what makes them better than TradingView is that you can do Rhythmic and CQG. There's a lot of firms that you can only trade on Rhythmic. My ETF live account can only trade the Rhythmic. Kind of sucks. Oh, let's do giveaways, guys. All right. What do we got going on here? I love you guys so much. Let's pop that giveaway. Oh. No, not that either. Where was my tab for giveaway? Oh, there it is. All right, y'all. Y'all know the drill. First and foremost, y'all hit the first tier, as we always do. We start off with our once a day ETF at the start of the day. Currently, our giveaway is sponsored by our partners. We have Elite Trader Funding right now. This is going to be a fast track end of the day 10K account. Type ETF in chat, then we'll get ready to roll those dice there. Do I want to long on Air Zone? Or do I want to engage in the same trade? I know I would love to take that trade there. But I think we maybe rally to fill the gap. What do y'all think? Everything's good for the EST long on this one. Like I said, I just have this, with the way things ramped up on just one straight line move there. I think I'm better off. I think the long side is probably going to play out, but I'm better off just waiting. Last thing I'm going to do is jump in at the top here and try to chase a few more points.
Every single time I take the trade, no fear in taking the pain. Yes, did I live? I breathe, I bleed. Right place, wrong time, that's all I need. Take the every single time. Gotta chase the dream. Win big or lose small, but I take it all. Every single time.
RTK trade. Type something in chat. Giveaway Bonanza is going to be the last Friday, the last day of the month. All right, congratulations, RTK. All right, next one. Currently, right now, ETF has a deal. Talk about some of the deals we got with some of our partners here. We've got 70% off the non-fast track, so everything there, including static, is 70% off. Your static accounts are really good. For those of you that are trying to trade evals, having a hard time with trailing drawdowns or end of the day drawdowns, static is a fixed balance, a fixed drawdown from your starting balance that doesn't move with you. It's a little bit more lenient. They have 70% off their static. It's probably one of the best statics in the business. Still, what used to be the best one. I'm not sure if some other ones have popped up lately, but you get a $2,000 static drawdown that doesn't move, which is fantastic. So you guys can get that for 70% off. Now next, saw some of our friends over here at Apex. That's the next one. As you guys unlock the 700s here, I love it. More thumbs up, more giveaways. As a matter of fact, at 8:50, we'll throw some Lucids in there if y'all do the thumbs up and share the stream every morning about this time. Do some giveaways here. Man, I am not going to get a break today. I've got my funded TV, then I've got a meeting with my funded futures, then I got another meeting after that, and then I get a haircut after that. Then we got dinner at like 9 o'clock, so I might be able to take a nap in the afternoon. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. We partied too hard last night. Yeah, I still think up is the play from here. But I absolutely am sort of baffled by today's price movement. I don't want to engage in the trade. All right, everybody click that thumbs up to keep going. Keep that going. Keep that going. They did sub 2x. Jerry G. How did I get clicked? Oh, because, yeah, sorry, my bad, my bad. Thanks for reminding me. I got it. I had to reopen it, that's why. I hate that it doesn't default to saving that. That song would be a lot longer than that. Oh, I missed this song. This is such a good song. I missed this one. Mr. Stoner. Yeah, we're not getting any strong readings here. I think I might actually, my original trade might actually be just like yesterday. Went way, 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 way up and way, way, way down. Well, that was yesterday, right? Yeah. And again, like in this environment too, it's such a sensitive, you know, environment to news. Like you're one Trump tweet away from hundreds of points either direction as well, you know. Choke a Smurf Productions. Congratulations. Win streak. Joe Nielsen, 1255. I mean, I've been unlucky last 2 days in a row as far as like, not really unlucky, just yesterday I did pretty good yesterday, but today, perfect structure for that setup. Or the 60-40 play anyways. I've abandoned my sort of permeable mindset. I'm still sort of in that October mindset here. All right, guys, congratulations. Winners. All right, that's it for now. So we're going out right now with Apex. Apex running 80% off sale. Apex is one of our partners here. That giveaway is sponsored by them. We have a code Rocket Scooter for all of these prop partners that you see on the screen. Code Rocket Scooter, the exception of funded next. 2K Static is ETF, Elite Trader Funding. They had the 2K Static drawdown. It's 3 times bigger than the Apex one, so it's kind of like the last guy didn't claim. They didn't. Really? Jerry, Stoner, Choke Smurf. Isn't that 3? Plus RTK. Yeah, that's 3. That's 3. 30 more for some Lucids. Yeah, y'all got to hit it. Y'all might have to come back after my fun. You got 5 more minutes. I got to get out of here. But Apex is running 80% off sale right now and 50% off the lifetime recurring once you pass. When Apex is dirt cheap, that's the time to load up on it. So if you guys are in Apex, really good. Really good time to jump in on that. Did it end yesterday? Are you sure? Because it doesn't say on my screen here. Maybe my guy forgot to update it. Should be on top of that. My notes still say it's on, but if you said it ended, then I'll trust you. But check it out anyways. Maybe it's still gone. Y'all hit 850. We'll do some Lucid accounts on the way back. Promise, promise. Let me talk to my guy real quick about the website. Man, I got so much going on. Oh, and let me talk to these guys too. Wait, oh, someone's up. I wouldn't use any kind of charting to kind of track the index today. The index is moving on just tracking whatever stocks are moving up. Like, I would really keep your eye out on just the major tech stocks. I mean, this is kind of really what the same flavor of trading we've been tasting for the last 3 months. The market's gonna have to have everything selling to be bearish to be a sell-off, and as long as one thing's going up, the market still seems to be going up, at least the big tech things. You're gonna keep an eye on Nvidia, right? At the big bump pre-market, Microsoft still pressing highs at 4% up. It's really hard to think that this is going to come down if these things are going up. 2 of your biggest companies out there kind of floating today's move. How we finish out the day here? It's kind of like a coin flip candle from here. It's so dependent on what those handful of stocks do. All of our indicators have been flat pretty much all morning, even though they show positive and negative signal. It was only like -10. It wasn't even that strong. So I took a short off of a weak signal. That's, part of the downside of it. I was expecting it to get worse, but it was still kind of flattish. We never really got much play here, even though it's up and down. It's still up and down barely 10 points, which is not a lot for NASDAQ. So our indicators being flat is just not giving us a good signal. Oh, yeah. New site. Thank you for reminding me. I was trying to message him. All right. That's it, you guys. Well, like I said, great trading day. Get back 16K, something like that. Of the game, still up. Everything else still up. Just was trying that one short in that one account, and then Done. Sitting out. I'm so tired. I want a nap. I've got the longest night ahead of me, so but it's gonna be fun. I got a long day up until tonight, but I'll be here afternoon streaming just like normal. And if I let's see, in a meeting 1:30 to 2. Yeah, My Fun at TV guys, join me over there. Maybe mods get the link up there for everybody to check out. On My Fun at TV, I'll be live. You guys come over there. They do giveaways all the time. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Slacks. Slacks, they said that the Apex sale ended yesterday, so I'm not sure if that's true or not. But click that link in chat, guys, and we'll see y'all over there in just a little bit. I'll be live on My Fun at TV. I love you to death. And stay tuned. Afternoon stream will be back. Maybe some good trade setups will present themselves.
Market spinning in chaotic haze. Rocket scooter blast through the maze. Volume prediction shows the way. Leave the doubt and the fray. Liquidity map paints the scene. Hidden nodes like ghosts unseen. Reverse engineer to see the light. Illuminate the darkest night. Rocket scooter has got the key. Pull back curtains, let me see where institutions hide. Doubt can't live where you reside.
Oh, so Apex is 50% off. Okay, thank you, man. Yeah, they changed a lot, don't they?
With heads held high, resilience makes the weak ones fly. Future volume crystal clear.
I'll come back. We'll do some lucid giveaways right when we get out of here. We'll come back after My Fun at TV and be live.
Work no more loss. Seeing past the others cross. Institutions will be seen. Predict the flow like a machine. Rocket scooter, you've got the key. Pull back curtains, let me see where institutions hide. Doubt can't live where you reside.
Hey, friends, I got to run to a meeting. So, I'll be on my laptop doing it. So I gotta bounce literally right now. But I'll leave this on and I'll be back when it's over. I'll be right back. Oh shoot, we have a sequel to Knife Catchers Anonymous? No way, She's So Fine came back, the person that made the first song. That's hilarious. Okay, I can't wait to show it to you guys. I want to hear it myself. Alright, I gotta get going in this meeting. I put a little image there that we all know I'm gone. They all know that I'm not here. I'll be back. All right, what's up, guys? I am back. Over the delay here. Hold on. What is up, y'all? Hold on. We are back. Right, what do we got going on here? I did take the short on negative res. We're above here, basically where we were earlier today, and then this is actually a worse condition we were earlier. But at the end of the day, we're down here. That's what I wanted to do. I'm down about. I started adding to the position right here at the close, and I think that I'm still feeling the same sort of vibe there. After 100 years, I'm back. How do we finish out this day, man? What do y'all think? I'm gonna bet on a close down here. Look, res negative. Consolidating lower. I mean, this is very possible. Hopefully by this last hour, we get the move. I don't know. That's all I can feel. It's kind of just waiting to see. Now let me double check everything. I was like partially paying attention, but I couldn't see everything from that laptop. We had a huge team meeting with my funded NVIDIA, Microsoft sort of bouncing around. Just double checking where all this is. NVIDIA not rallying further. Just be careful at the end of the day, the last hour isn't just like green across the board and green across the board, right? That'll be all that basically is the answer. How are these stocks going to fare out? Now remember we have earnings next week. Some of these companies. Especially Microsoft, I think, is actually Tuesday or Wednesday. Microsoft is Wednesday, Meta is Wednesday, Apple's Thursday. It's like after this event, are we going to see some selling into close? Have I trade Arc Raiders? Oh, yeah, 100%. I love Arc Raiders. As a matter of fact, I was playing Arc Raiders a second ago during the My Funded meeting. Although I was paying attention very intently, I can't really sit still and I get bored really easily. So I logged the game real quick while engaged in the meeting. Because I'm on my laptop, it was like an hour-long meeting. Don't tell anybody. But I was definitely seriously paying attention and participating. I can do both at once. There's a new teammate who's joining the crew, and they were talking about just, it's like the business side of stuff, talking about things we're trying to accomplish and things we're gonna do this year. Then at the end, when it's like our turn, we're addressing the tournament we're gonna do and all that stuff. So again, I'm kind of blown away by the Microsoft performance here. I don't think we get a sell off on Microsoft in the close, but honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we got a big red candle on Microsoft just to retrace the whole thing. Because we got earnings next week, and I'm sure there's people that took this trade. They're going to want to take profit on it. How's your bootcamp work? So every couple months, we'll host this bootcamp. It is a 17 course series every day for 17 days. Bootcamp is like drilling. We go over basically live sessions. It's at the end of the day, right when market closes, and there's pre-recorded videos. We'll watch them together and just pause and answer questions and talk about each topic. We go over the 3 basic tenets of trading, which is risk and position management, trend identification, and market avoidance strategies. With that, we teach you everything you need to know, how to trade futures, how to trade props, how to do everything regarding futures. And everything down to fundamentals, down to the VIX, down to futures contracts itself, entries, exits. We do volume prediction techniques here, so we teach you that too. Arc Raiders, amazing game. You play it every day. Oh yeah. I got IDOC playing it too. It's fun. You just, you log in like 10, 20-minute game and then you're done. It's like not like a huge commitment. Pretty fun. How do you sign up for it? If you go to Rocket Place website, give me the link. Pretty much everybody here has been to the bootcamp at least once. I got a 3 o'clock meeting, which is like right at market close, but that means I'll be here with you guys till the end. Definitely pulling back for earnings unless they pull some godly guidance out of their ass. Yeah, like 100% agree with you. That's why I'm like, this time resilience is in a worse state than earlier. Like earlier when I was trying to make the shorts, we're about -12. Now we're back at about -17. So that's actually kind of a bigger setup. I got a 16 contract short here. So I'm split between some NASDAQ and S&P. While I was in the meeting, I was also doing some trades. So right when we bounced up here, I started building a position. Just about the week down here, the opportunity is pretty decent. I mean, it's over 100 points of drop to course correct to fill the gap if that's where we end up going. We haven't even been down there yet on the NASDAQ, but I don't have a strong conviction that it goes because the stocks can go either direction. We really are going to need an Nvidia or a Microsoft to sell up at the end of the day. But the rest of the index is weighted pretty heavy, and Arb's starting to pick up some steam to the downside, and Res is still original place I wanted to be short from. See how it's trying to make its way lower. This first time we went lower at -10. We went to here. Now with -20, it's very possible we do find lower lows. Remember, we used a magnitude of how much resilience has changed to find out how much lower, if it can go lower lows. If this was a higher resilience that was still negative, I wouldn't bet that we break the lows. I'd just take the scalp and close out. So this one is strong enough to bet that we go all the way down to target. That's what I want to see. Down to that pocket right there. All right, we have a new song.
Hi. It's still Dave.
And I'm Sarah. Thought I'd quit cold turkey.
But the dip, it called again.
I haven't heard this one yet.
Logged in at 3 a.m., eyes like burning coal.
Told myself just watch the tape. Yeah, that was another hope.
Double bottom screaming, RSI begging please.
Ignore the bigger picture. Chase that sweet palm.
50 handles green, I grin like I'd won the war.
Then the wick reversed. Trapped longs.
Another account liquidated. We paid the price. Welcome back to Knife. Catchers anonymous.
We swear we're done.
But the charts are taunting us.
You out.
I'm out.
You sure?
Hell no, reload. Oh, got another blown account. Same damn road. We chase the bounce. We fight the trend till we're
This one's good.
again and broke again. So raise your shattered screens up high. Knife catching's our lullaby.
Twitter screamed, this is the bottom.
Discord pump the vibe.
Wife said, get a real job.
I said, babe, just give it time.
Burn my edge, my journal, my emergency fund drive. For one more V-shaped miracle, Trump tweet.
So I have this short. I grabbed it in this account right here, the one that's 5.
Margin call.
And then in this account, just these 2 accounts, it's it.
Whispers.
You can have it all.
We'll wait for perfect confluence next time. Swear on our ticks.
Stabbed 100 times.
Still it barely bleeds.
Another low, another hope,
Another broken need.
We know the ruined math, the stats don't lie. But hope's the strongest drug.
And we're still getting high.
One more dip.
One more hit. One more time.
Welcome back to Knife. Catchers anonymous. Our graves are dug, but we keep on digging.
Long and broken Dawn's escape. I like it.
The same drawdown deja vu, eternal shame, but we'll reload, we'll never learn, catching knives till the whole world burns.
So this is like the finale, like the final scene of the show. That's hilarious.
And I'm Sarah,
There's Dave and there's Sarah. Where's the love story?
the dip. One more time.
Like honestly, I don't know why this isn't an actual show we can watch about trading degenerates. We can literally go to Broadway and see this. This is the reprise. The reprise is always the final scene, like before the end. Like you got that's like the end of the show, and then this is where everybody stands up and claps, and that's the end of it. That's actually pretty epic. That was cool. That was pretty cool. The reprise. So right now, this is just eyeballing NVIDIA, Microsoft. Any bounce up, any bounce down is going to be the direction this goes. So. Let's see which stocks are moving around here. Apple. My bet is we close here. Close lower. Oops, that's a little, let me draw this a little bit better here. Not that it'd be a very, very, very drastic move on NASDAQ. It'd be really hard to say that we get lower to there. But S&P, you know, is about maybe 15 points away from where I want it to be. We just don't have the difference in the, so I'm basically betting that the stocks just pull back. Like I don't have any evidence that the index is going to pull back. It's mostly just, okay, are the stocks still drifting lower to earnings or not? And we'll know today if that's the answer or not. And if today just closes here, then, you know, tonight will be another night like last night. We're just gonna be some kind of like random crazy shit show that can go any direction. But I added my position just my cost base. I don't want anything more than just a small position like this. 16 is pretty moderate to small. At least on S&P I got 12 here. On NASDAQ I got 4. I can probably just scout the NASDAQ when hold the core S&P. Not super convinced the NASDAQ is going to sell off. I did want to have some exposure in case they fell at different rates, but I don't have any desire to add to it really big. This is not an A+ setup. This is more of a more of an intuition with negative resilience, so we do close lower than that. I don't have a key pivot to bounce off of to really justify adding more here. That S&P will back to open and NQ will close flat for the day. It's very possible. It's going to need to see some stocks selling off, but you're going to see that when you're just putting it side by side, this thing is just so sensitive, tick for tick, what Microsoft is doing. Every single moment Microsoft pumps up, NASDAQ's going to pump up. Every single moment Microsoft pumps down, NASDAQ's going to pump down. So we had this little bit of a downside move because NVIDIA was selling a little bit. Now, if Microsoft pulls back, we'll get that little bit of retracement. Even if Microsoft sells halfway, which I don't know if it's super possible, we'll get a significant move down the close. That's really the question with this close to earnings. Is that particular 4%'s big, right? Is that particular news event today enough to have people like, you're going to get a 4% move after earnings. If you were long and you got a 4% move today before earnings, I would like to think that a lot of people might be like, in the current conditions of things, they'll probably take my profit here. I feel like that's the bet I'm making internally in my head. You know what I mean? But I mean, you do get sometimes, you know, 10% pumps after earnings or whatever. This is a pretty sizable move. And with earnings next week, I'm only imagining that people's, you know, kind of MO would be to sort of de-risk. Made a lower high. That's good. Let me get those lowers. Nvidia just made a lower low. Microsoft is pressing towards finding a lower low. 468.7. Resilience is not as bad as it was earlier, which I'm not a big fan of. I'd like it to be significantly lower, not just like -7 or whatever. Significant would be great. Yeah. Oh, we gotta do some giveaways a little bit. That's at 8:50, you guys. Man, I am so tired. I don't know how I'm gonna make it through tonight. I am sleepy tired. Like, I didn't get enough sleep last night. I mean, I know how I'm gonna make it tonight. In an unhealthy way. I have to have some energizers. You got me? I got you, bro. Cool. Are you coming down? You gas, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna take like 3. I got a meeting with this CEO of this company that we're franchising. Then at 4:45, I get a haircut. Like, I don't get a break. Maybe I'm just gonna skip the CEO meeting. I don't know. But let's see if I can. Like, my biggest thought is that the end of the day is a coin flip. Green can just push. Like, green can just push, you know, like, it doesn't have to sell off. But let's see what happens. Also being Friday, right? This could be just like a swift run up, like expiration, you know, that could cause an issue too. Where's that coin gonna go? Now, and here's another thing too. It can do like, you know, who knows the way it's gonna finish. I do feel like it's gonna finish lower, but it's just me. We're not seeing any signs of anything dumping yet. Don't trade gold? No, I don't trade gold. No, I have to go at 3 my time, so I have to go at in an hour and 5 minutes. Should think about I'm curious if I should just let go of the Nasdaq portion of this and just let the S&P part play, but I did want some exposure in both. The only reason why, because the resilience number has been like lesser lows, you know, minus 15, minus 20. The bet just being that we do close lower into maybe S&P goes down to the open, yeah? I mean, my greater fundamental belief is that we are in a bull market, but we are not trading with everything being bullish. So it's not like a bull market we had back in April, May, where everything just goes up, then everything comes down. That spotty market that we have allows for it just to be choppy on both sides. So I'm mostly playing a range, but also that the sort of sentiment has been lower guiding, lower towards earnings. And the only reason we have not been selling off is because the market is not necessarily very bearish, but we have been, at least on the tech side of things, kind of pulling back in earnings. So we're not getting the momentum to have this rally and be really strong. I should technically err to the bull side on a bigger bull play, but I don't think we get a bigger bull close today. I think that it's probably still a safe bet to bet on the cycling of the market. And we are near the upper part of the range we've been trading in on some of the bigger tech stocks. Of course, the whole Microsoft play is obviously like way overbought leading into earnings. Again, my belief is this is going to pull back at least a little bit. I would say that even close to there would be more appropriate, like, to finish out the day. That's enough to fill the gap on the S&P. That's a $7,000 or $8,000 play. If I drop down with this position size. Risk is small, like I said. I'm basically flat for the day. Even if Nasdaq drops 80 points, interact with the close, that's pretty significant with the 4 contracts. Yeah, structurally, we are bullish. I agree with you. We may not get volatile until the end of next week. I mean, with earnings, that's going to present the volatility. Today's expiration, major earnings next week. Today's big pump was on a stock that has major earnings next week. All that one stock Microsoft needs to do is just sell just a little bit, and we drop somewhat in the indices, and I'm good. Now, resilience is starting to go positive again, which kind of sucks. A second fake out today. So, we'll see. That's a cross down below half gap. Wouldn't 50-50 gold be crazy? Yeah, man, the gold trade is just so irrational at this point. Who knows how high it can go? I don't trade gold, but watching it has been such a journey. Like at some point, I mean, people just said like they've been saying it's been overbought ever since even October. October was the highs when we peaked out like Nvidia and stuff, and that's when tech started selling off. And then the second run, oh my gosh, like look at that. Now this does sort of like, you know, kind of like pull back on my thesis of a really strong bullish stock market when the stocks aren't moving and every gold to ward off whatever nuclear war is coming or whatever. I mean, this is ridiculous. Look at the silver chart. I mean, it's like GameStop at this point. You know what I mean? We haven't seen something like this in a while. I mean, let me put the monthly chart on here. You can see how crazy it looks. This is a whole different feel of this. Like, what a run. Like, I haven't seen something like this in silver for this magnitude since probably like 1977. Dang. Incredible. Right, friends. Y'all ready? Oh, I'm gonna do a little lucid giveaway here. Y'all know the drill. What I don't like is that it's not actually selling off, which tells me that there's just a little bit of end of the day rotation, and it's kind of like it's not the best supportive case for what I want to see. New hour candle just started up. That was that little drop that we had there to start the 2 o'clock run in the close. leg down would be kind of nice. He's just holding like a champ right here. All right, guys, type in Lucid. So this giveaway is sponsored by our friends over at Lucid. They got 40% off their brand new Lucid Black. It just came out, which is awesome. Use code Rocket Scooter over there to get your best discounts with Lucid, obviously. All right. Something's happening, but, you know, green candle out of nowhere just to say psych. Just kidding. Drop below. Close, please. All right, y'all ready for this? Man, I felt a second wave earlier on my Funda TV where I was like, okay, I got a second wave of energy. And then and then went away again. I feel tired again. Resilience is never wrong, it's just early. That's the thing. It's never wrong, it's just early. It's never wrong. Just where the stocks are. Resilience tells you where they are. So it looks like we're testing those 720 lows again, and this is last night also where the highs were, just FYI. This was yesterday's resistance, now trying to be support to finish out the day here. If we close below this, it's a pretty swift little fall there. All right, QSDFS, whatever. Congratulations, the winner. Type something in chat. Resilience is never early nor late. Resilience arrives exactly when it means to. That's funny. Resilience is kind of like a wizard of sorts. Dude, I'm so impatient with these kind of short setups. I just want to get out of them so I can just like go about my day. So I'm gonna have diamond balls today. Hold to close. 69.35 S&P is a target. Half gap might produce a bounce in a second. I could probably. Technically speaking, I should just take profit at half gap, but I can bet on the full run to close. I mean to open, sorry. Learn trading, you're the last winner. I should buy TJR's course. Oh boy. What will I learn how to do in that course? Teach me. That's it. All right, 3 of you guys. Here's how you claim your prize. Go to Discord. Link by Discord's in the description below this video. In that Discord, you're gonna find a channel called Contest. In the Contest channel, you're gonna find an admin named Slacks. You're gonna send Slacks a message. The screenshot of your YouTube ID. That way we know that it's you. I'll tell you how to get instructions to claim your Lucid accounts. Congratulations. The 3 of you are now winners of some shiny brand new 25K Lucid accounts. Take his class, learn how to make billions. All right, let's go. All right, let's take the half gap. At least I'll pocket the NQ on this one. Let me pocket the NQ part of this. Let's just take the trim on that. Let's trim on this. All right, let me get you guys the full screenshot here. I still have the S&P for gap fill. I did close the Nasdaq portion of that trade. Just because half gap could be an interrupt, but we'll just see what happens here. Like I said, everything else hasn't changed all day. This account was at 5, now it went up to 8. That one's at 10. We'll just see what the S&P one does for now. That's pretty decent setup. Good deal. At least I'll take that little flush there. Good vibes. I like it, man. I like it. So we'll see if I can turn. I managed to bring the account to 6K profit. I'm okay with that. Should I, if I hold for more, down to 35? Just from here, it takes us with another 5K profit, end at 11. I showed up today with about 10K profit, or no, sorry, 18K. I made it all the way up to 20. Gave pretty much most of it back, and then now I'm back. The market's just chopped me out. A little bit, not really over trading, but I did double down on that same short philosophy that we would close lower. This is the bounce point. We've got about 40 minutes left until MOC, and so market's gonna figure out what's the close on expiration. Matt's a wizard. Resilience, baby. Resilience is never wrong. It's just early. So half gap could be the support, which is probably where I should not be further greedy. But at this point, I did trim the Nasdaq portion of that trade. I got 40 points with 4, which was about, $3,200. About people are going nuts, seeing me upside down so high. Dude, I'm one of like 2, maybe 3 high stakes traders on Twitter. Everyone else is a prop pushing wannabe kid with a Discord. There are people out there that have tens and tens and tens of millions of cash just sitting there they can trade with. They'll make $1 million bets. They'll make $500,000 bets. They'll just do whatever because they can. These kids can't even fathom the amount of money that I have that I can trade with, but they flip shit like, oh my God, he's down 50K. I'm like, that's a lot of money to you, isn't it, kid? To be able to say that stuff. I'm like, if it's worth mentioning, it's a lot of money to somebody. You see Matt went down like 70K on his stream. I'm like, that's a lot of money to you, right? You're on a Discord. I wouldn't say that to somebody. I think Rips took a 300K loss the other day, and I was in there. I was like, just chatting with him. He didn't even mention it. It's like, how's your trading day? Like, oh man, just took a hit. I was like, oh, it happens. I wasn't like, oh man, that sucks. It like high stakes gamblers, high stakes rollers, high stakes traders. There's one of everything. You got high stakes traders, man. We like to bet big. We like to play big. Sometimes when it's there, we'll swing big. Made a whole career out of it. It's not like a habit to be reckless, but yeah, I'll go big. But you hear, for folks that that swing big, I say in Rips from earlier, you just know they swing big. That's part of the game. But it's only like people that like low stakes people without money, people that haven't been there. That's the people that usually just troll. It's the funniest part to see what a bunch of fake account guru wannabe Discord runners, prop traders, paper traders. It's a complete league of difference between what they do and what we do. So it doesn't really bother me, but yeah, it's funny when they say, "Oh, I can't believe you're down. I can't believe you're down." I think most of the new folks are so new, they don't know that I've been, like, the funny part to me was somebody was like, "All you do is make money on affiliates. Have you ever made $1 in your life?" I'm like, I just joined the prop space this year. Well, the other 10 years, there was no prop anything. Been streaming for a decade. You don't know. That's like, a lot of people don't know. They just stumble in 6 months ago, get some affiliate codes, and trying to be somebody in props, and then in 2020, I was trading a trading account that had over $1 million in it live on stream, just like this. Before I built Rocket Scooter. Just one personal account. I started trading in my late 20s. I'm 44 now. I started trading in 2010. Glad I cut out the Nasdaq portion of that trade. Let's see if resilience is still slightly negative. Half gap balance, obviously, we just saw that, but there's not a lot of pressure from a lot of the other things. We just started trailing a little bit lower in Microsoft. It's still happening. Nvidia just took a little bit of, like, you know, it's just following to a T what these bigger stocks are doing. The index is trying not to sell off, but if these stocks pull back a little bit, we're gonna get the response, which is just why I took the profit when I did. Now, if this S&P screws me up and I don't end up getting the trade that I want, I walk away flat. At least everything else is locked in, which is good. I managed to get... I was too, like, hesitant to go in there and really touch my take profits, to be honest. With this kind of market, I was like, I played in 2 of them, that's it. The other 3, I just kind of got in trade last night, and I chickened out of it. Actually, just in and out within, like, minutes. Ride Rocket Scooter, I traded different strategies, but mostly the one I did that I found the most success in was the risk interval strategy that I used, which is based on margin requirements. But it mostly also uses VWAP and volume profile. Anything volume based, I was really useful, and also market internals. Like those are all kind of parts of my original strategy, which at its bare bones is very successful. Or people use it very successful with it, because bare bones, I mean, it's really what you need to know about the market. Where are the traders, where the volume is, and if you're trading the index, what's internals? What's the components of the index doing? All that together is very useful. You know, in the basic sense, the most useful tools you can have. Well, Rocket Scooter, we launched in 2022. I started building the concepts for it in late 2019, or the concepts for liquidity map, and then 2020 we had our first app, which was a watered down light version of the platform. And then between about 2020-ish and 2022 is when we built out and launched. We launched in April 2022 for soft launch. And then hard launch was September. Affiliate is a dead business, somebody said. Nothing to build a career out of. Well, yeah, but like that's the thing, right? Imagine like you see somebody on Twitch with like 50,000 views a day, and they're making millions of dollars a month on Twitch. You're gonna be like, ooh, I want to be like that. The pioneers who started the trade room businesses and started the streaming businesses and the affiliate business, there's a million other just brand new faces that are copying the same format that we all created. They're like, we were one of the first trade rooms that was ever around. In like 2014, 2015, we had a Slack room. There was no such thing as trade rooms back in the day. There wasn't even Discord. Nobody even had Discord back then. Discord was barely even a thing for gamers at that time. And now 10 million trading Discords are there. Everyone's trying to make a buck out of it, but there's not going to be any more superstars. I mean, it's pretty saturated. You know, the superstars right now are the OGs that have been in this business for 10, 15 years. You know, I think the only, some newcomers that got big really quick would be like Brian Stonk, brand new, a couple years back and just grew really big, but he trades very well. You know, it's very rare you find someone that's trading very well in the space with like a Discord or whatever. Wine profile is really good. Yeah. Yeah, dude, no, there's kids online fabricating fake documents, fake spreadsheets, put weird, like, there's, like, people are, there's, look, I'm bound because of the settlement. All right, I'll just tell you what I can tell you, okay? I was harassed and stalked by somebody. My family, too. It got really disgusting. I took care of it in the way that you take care of something like that. Unfortunately, there's paperwork that prevents me from saying how I took care of it, and boy, I'd love to tell you the story. I'd love to walk fucking 20 victory laps around and parade around that victory, but I can't say anything about it. And I can't even say anything. So, the underhandedness that spawned out of what a evil person is capable of doing, let's just say that, still echoes in what it is, and unfortunately there's nothing I can do about it but thrive, which I'm doing, which is why I'm really happy. Yeah. Yes, made up spreadsheets, made up document, made up whatever, just random fabricated nonsense. You get big, you get people that don't like that you're big and they're not, and then they go to in this space, right? When you uncover that somebody's fake or somebody's fraud, oh, you just ruin their ability to eat, right? That's what happens between all these folks out there pointing fingers at each other. That's how most people eat and put food on the table, feed their families. But if you have a loud mouth and you know, point out somebody's, you know, fakeness or fraudulentness, they tend to take it very personal and go to war over it, you know. No. I was saying, you are talking about, somebody said Brian Stonk is good. Yeah, Brian's really good. He's been killing it last couple of years. As a steak stick was really good. But yeah, I'm saying it is known there are people that there's a person that has fabricated some fake documents, and I just not allowed to talk about it. Wish I could. No, it's not Lance. He's petty, but he's not that petty. It's somebody that you would never know, and nobody would ever know, and nobody does know, and nobody ever will know. Which is kind of like the crazy part about it. It's just when you get big and someone isn't big and they watch you get big, there are some people with that mentality of obsession, I would say, is a way to put it. Like obsessed with your every move, like you're winning and they're not. When we got big, we attracted a lot of that. Just part of it. That's because trading's dirty business. There's a bunch, like 99% of people in this business selling something are fake. They're frauds. They're terrible traders. They pose as good traders. And they're all as underhanded as it gets when it comes to being horrible human beings. They do anything they can to make a buck, including clawing over the person next to them. It is that kind of world. I'm the granddaddy of this world. I've seen it all. Not a stranger to it, just why I know how to navigate through it, but the same partners, the same people I've been with forever and ever and ever for a decade. We've started all kind of projects together, including building Rocket Scooter. We've done all kind of investments together as a group. We're still together. We created Rocket Scooter together, and it's thriving. We're building this website right now, and it's about to thrive. But yeah, ever since we got big, we just attracted some haters. But every single one of them, 0% of them ever size up and are like, hey, my broker statement's better than yours, or hey, your trading sucks. They're just, people run their mouth, and then you say, hey, show me your performance, and they scurry away. At least with me, I let you guys, like, here's the account, it's on screen, you can watch it, make your judgment call there. I don't really mention people by name in either, like, really matter to care. I had somebody message me today, one of my friends, and she was like, you know, there's a Discord where there's like these like 3 guys, all they do is talk about you and blah, 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 and they talk shit. And I'm like, I'm sure that's what it's like anywhere. I'm sure for every like famous athlete, there's thousands of dudes at a bar drinking a beer, talking about how they suck to their friends. You know what I mean? It's like, I think that's just what life is like. Trading's no different than professional sport. All it is. You're getting training with Matt tattooed on your ribs. It's a good place to put the tattoo. I don't disagree with the location choice. Rib tattoos are sexy as fuck. If I see a chick with a rib tattoo and a bikini, you guys melt. And that's what Frequency said. And what my marketing team said is, doesn't matter what they say, just as long as they say. Powerful words have never been spoken. Better than that. Doesn't matter what they say as long as they say. So all they have to do is just say anything. 3 months ago, we had our first 1 million views per month. At the peak of everyone's trolling and talking shit. It was the most hilarious thing. And I'm like, nobody's talking about my trades. You know, you can see them on screen. Nobody says that. People just roll and say like personal jabs or whatever, or make up shit or whatever. But this is it's a bunch of kids being cutthroat. Like if they didn't have the affiliate gig, they wouldn't have any gig. I did attract a lot of enemies last year because I kind of am the reason half of these affiliates lost their codes. Because I'm advocating for affiliate programs to get shut down. Not directly anybody specifically, but I'm like the voice that's telling prop firms you need to cut 90% of your affiliates out because it's bad for business and blah, blah, blah. They're violating rules. I'm presenting the prop firms how nobody had specifically by name, but the generality of that. And the campaigning is like, as I'm very vocal about that, I think a lot of the affiliates are like, shit, how am I going to make money now? So, but not anybody important, just like the small ones. More like, unless you're doing the job correctly, and unless you're, you know, in compliance, which, but the point is like people are out of compliance. There's like people out there like fighting with each other, saying this firm's a fraud, that firm's a fraud, this firm's a scam, you're a scam, they're a scam. By the way, use my code, buy my stuff. I feel like regulators will look at this and be like, what a circus, let's shut it down. You know what I mean? And I'm like, bad for business if affiliate A is calling prop firm B a scam because they're not paying them. Affiliate B is calling prop firm A a scam because they're not paying them. And everything's a scam, and all the prop firms together are like, you know, y'all need to stop calling this a scam together. And I kind of presented that and almost got every major prop firm on agreement with that. Ever since I had those talks with major prop firms like Apex cut like 90% of their program, My Funded Futures cut a ton of their program. Is there's not just me, but a lot of people are taking the same stance, that it really makes the industry bad because of the bad seeds that are promoting it. And so, y'all want to know the answer. A lot of the hate are from affiliates that lost their codes. And they want to say that it's my fault, but it's really their fault for breaking the laws and the rules of, you know, promoting stuff and underhandedness. But yeah, ample the trolls out there are people that are no longer employed as affiliates. And I think, according to my friend that said today in their Discord, it's my fault they got fired. Well, that's a reason enough to hate somebody. I guess they got to go back. Better warm their wrist up, back to them burger flipping skills, I guess. But it's like, hey, you know, if you can't just say something's your favorite if somebody pays you to say that. You can't call something's a fraud because someone pays you to say that too. Like, it's going to shut down the industry for everybody, including myself and you guys. And kind of, we don't want that. We don't want to see that happen. You know what I mean? Yeah, traders that talk about payouts never show up on the props monthly payout list. Yeah. Yeah. Somebody was saying that they were homeless and now they're making millions. Now they're a mentor. Wait, which kid was that? Noter. From homeless? Yeah, like somebody was like, I used to be a janitor at elementary school and then I fell off my... no, what was his name? Jason Bond used to be a Spanish teacher. But he fell off the bed and bumped his head and suddenly was miraculously ordained with knowledge of the stock market, became a stock guru the very next day. There's all kind of stories about that. Wait, you knew a car dealer whose owner was found guilty of being involved in flying weed out of Florida? Sales volume doubled in 3 months. Oh, that's hilarious. Captain Planet, yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, like I said, yes. The answer is yes. There's a little group. There's a little group of them. But you know, the prop firms have this, like, I guess I'd say in the space, you just get a lot of, it's a lot of Wild West, right? And it's about time that there's like law and order and how it's handled, how it's promoted. And, you know, people are falling, right? Because the last thing I want, this is the most valuable thing that's ever been invented for traders, hands down. And the last thing any of you want is for regulators to come in and shut it down. Because person C calls A scam, A calls C a scam, A and B are calling each other a scam. Like, the regulators will be like, you guys are making a mockery out of our industry. We're probably just going to pull the plug on all of it. And then you guys lose your beautiful, magnificent opportunity because some kid wanted to make 5K a month selling props at all cost, to no matter what. You know what I mean? So anyways, I was advocating for the health of the prop industry. And there's a whole bunch of people that signed with me on that too. I think, should I gamble the MOC or should I take the close? Resilience crept closer to 0. Like, balls of steel, guys, or let it go. The leaderboard of total payout and props should be there. Every firm would be good. Unfortunately, let's just use our, I agree with you, but let's use our brains there for a minute. Why do you think it's not there? Obscurity helps sell this business. I mean, let me think of it from a third person point of view that's not involved in it. If you found out how much people fail in props, you probably would second guess wanting to be involved in it. And the failure rate is ridiculously high. The success rate is laughably low. You see what I'm saying? Like, no prop is gonna voluntarily show, hey, look how horrible our traders actually are. Top Step built this whole, look at our leaderboard. After 10 years of operation, like, their top performing live trader is 100,000 air. You know what I'm saying? Nobody on the Top Step leaderboard has whipped out millions of dollars of profit. That already tells you that 0 people that go through the Top Step space walk away with millions of dollars from Top Step. It immediately shattered the, you know what I'm saying? It like immediately shattered that sort of facade, right? That 0 traders that go through props become millionaires through props. So the occasional $1 or $2 million payouts here or there. But if people were to show actual leaderboards, you'd see how abysmal the stats really are. That's why none of them do it. And actually, I don't know if I'm going to gamble the MOC. I'm kind of okay with the $7,000 profit. Resilience is negative, but it's not that negative, and it's not that negative in S&P. Should I trim or balls of steel? What do you guys think? The perception, right? Yeah. Again, I'm just a truth teller, and this industry works in a lot of obscurity. A lot of these kids operate under a lot of shady obscurity, and I'm kind of a voice of reason. Unfortunately, with all the topics to talk about, pretty much everything is shady and fraudulent, so it's like, I tend to rock a lot of boats by being honest with people. Okay. The guys besides you think are real are Matt, Rips, Brian, Sniper, Jade Cap, Cade, Dodgy. Yeah, all these guys go out there and hustle. They all make bank. They all do very well. I'm just gonna close out because I don't have any. I'm probably doing the dumbest thing in the world after trying to hold all day. I probably should hang on there, but Nasdaq resilience is positive, S&P's negative, and I'm watching. Whether it dumps, whether it doesn't, I'm kind of done with it. Hold over the weekend. Last thing I wanted was to wake up or come to work Sunday night, sit on my computer, and Trump has tweeted something about Greenland. We're up 10,000 points. We'll sell in the close, probably. So yeah. Yeah, there was some dude that was like, Matt, I can't believe you. I partition, right? The goal is to take an account that's about 100,000, right? And then size it up to 1 million. And if I take any drawdown, I just repad it. So at the start, I just repadded it so that I can build a buffer. Now I built the buffer, right? That's just basically how you do it. This is how you do any small account challenge. So I've grown back up to 257 after padding it a couple times. I'm way in the green on the account so far. And so, like, but there was just like, again, they're not real traders. They're just like wannabes like the others. So like, there's just this guy, I can't believe he wired 75,000 to his account. And I'm like, my first thought is, oh, that's a lot of money to you, isn't it? That'd be like me looking at it, if I was like, look at somebody's like, I can't believe you put 5,000 in your account. You would laugh at me for being broke to even care about that, I'm like, the point isn't, oh, he just had 75,000 sitting around to wire it in casually. Like, people don't think of that. Where'd all that money come from? I must be the world's greatest prop affiliate. Just with millions of dollars falling in my lap every month. I guess that's the reality of life. I think some people, they don't really do math in their head and realize what they're actually saying is hilarious. Like, when you make fun of something somebody's doing, you're immediately valuing yourself to that level because it's important enough for you to talk about. That's the part that was funny to me. Did you see he took $50,000 of drawdown? I'm like, you don't have $50,000 to your name if you say something like that. That's a lot of money to you. That's your $1,000 is $50,000 to me. Like, that's the risk I'm taking. That's the level I'm at. It's my appetite for risk. An 8-figure net worth. Put $1 million in the account tomorrow. I could put $15 million in the account tomorrow. I have 18 streams of revenue. Most of them aren't even trading related. So I was like, you'd be homeless if you didn't have affiliates. I'm like, oh, most of my businesses aren't trading related. Some of them are. But 17 out of 18 of my revenue streams could shut down and I'd still make $1 million a year on the one that remains. People don't do real math around here. That's what it is. All the prop kids out there. $1 for every stupid Trump comment, you're rich. I mean, I've gone through a lot, in life, but in 2019, I bootstrapped, money to build Rocket Scooter, many millions of dollars out of my pocket with no venture capital investors. Hired a team of people, hired a team of programmers, hired a team of marketing, customer service. Who paid for it? My trading gains. There wasn't prop affiliates in 2019, 2020. Where'd it come from? It wasn't Rocket Scooter at that time. Why do you see Matt lost hundreds of thousands of dollars, whatever? Where'd it come from? Pockets. I got it to spend. For those who get paid through Rise, you have to get the 1099 from them or from the prop firm. From the prop firm, I believe, is where all your 1099 should be coming from. This is my first year doing props, so I'm learning this myself. I believe that's where all your 1099 should come from. But also, when you do your taxes, you don't actually need the 1099. You just need to know the number on the 1099. So I think the props should all have that digitally on their website. Where did I make all that TPT money today? I think the initial short. I don't remember correctly. The three that have nothing on them, because last night I jumped in on a trade with like when I was doing my initial short, I jumped in on a trade with the TBT and then I wussed out on him. I was like, you know what? I don't want to deal with that. So I got in with this one, and this one. I remember I got in and I just immediately closed out. These two, I think I did those. I did them side by side. Like I just jumped in on both of them. That's why they're about the same. I kind of want to say it was maybe here to here, maybe the initial short somewhere. I can't remember though. I'm very tired today. It should all come from the prop your 1099s. Rise is not, Rise is just your, Rise is just, the thing is though, PayPal will also send you 1099s too. That's why it's kind of, could be confusing, you know. Why are they boxed so weird? They're two different trading platforms. So this is 4 funded next accounts in one version of Tradeabate. This is 5 TPT. So I have like just the account window that has all the accounts. I have separate instances of Tradeabate open. Then I just squeeze them together and take a screenshot when I exit all my trades. Like I'm in no trades right now. That's what that is. Like, you know, this is like the window here. This is the big account window, but like I basically just like make the window small, and then I take all of them and stack them on top of each other and just screen cap it. I got 3 versions of the platform open. And I trade them all separately, David. So like I'll play with the funded next ones. And so I have like 9 prop accounts here, right? And then I've got my main account here. So I'm trading all 10 of those accounts completely separate. That's why, like I use a account splitting strategy. So an example is if I wanted to short from here, my confidence is fairly low like it is, I would only maybe shorten 2 of the accounts instead of 5, instead of 10. Yeah. Ever tried trading metals? I think I've made maybe a gold or silver trade once in my life, but the answer is like no, I've never like tried trading metals. I started off trading oil. My first go in futures was oil. And then that's the only commodity I really traded before I moved to the index. David, you do better when you split it up. Yeah. Trade sinker and one red day hurts way more than when they're all grouped. Bro, I'll tell you, if you group your stuff together, you trade like sloppy. Everyone does. Like copy trading makes you be sloppy. I mean, you're trying to basically say exactly here, I'm exactly right, the market's moving from here. But if you spread your risk out, you're leveraging the low cost of losing to the high reward of winning. I mean, it's like any gambler or any person that goes into a casino that does math of gambling would tell you, the fact that you're getting like 20-to-1 odds, like, you know, you put in 100 can make a $2,000 payout. You know, put in 250 can make a $5,000 payout. You know what I'm saying? Like, the fact that you get odds like this, you should be martingaling shit like that. Like, you should be doing clever techniques to utilize the math that's in your favor. If it's $20 to lose and upwards of $10,000 to win, I mean, you should split up your accounts as much as possible. The odds are like forever in your favor. I mean, there's like math that support this. Any game theorist or mathematician would tell you. Splitting up your risk increases your odds of making money to begin with. If you have, here's an example again, martingale is just a hyperbole. You're not really doing that, but the answer is the odds so great, the cost of risk so low. It's like telling somebody, hey, you can bet on 5 different outcomes at a time. It's only gonna cost you 1 penny to bet, but you can make $1 if you win. And then you would say, I'm gonna play each hand. 1 penny, 1 penny, 1 penny, 1 penny. I can lose 99 times and win 1 time to get my money back. Okay. You know, it's like props are almost like so cited that way in some cases, like especially the Apex models where it's like 90% off and you only pay when you pass. Nobody should be directly trading Apex to just try to make it to profit target like normal. You should wait for 80-90% off sale and then brute force that to victory. Like an example is if it's $20 to play the game and it's only $150 when you pass, and all you need to do is just lose at 20, lose at 20, lose at 20, lose at 20, and then pass all of them, and then pay finally the $150 to pass them all. And the idea is that because it's so easy to blow these up, you almost treat them like they're expendable. I mean, they're dirt cheap, and then your reward is potentially endless. So imagine that you had like, you failed at 20, failed at 20, then bought here, failed at 20, and then bought here, and then passed. You're down $80, plus 150 is 230. All you need to do is make $230 to break even on this entire transaction. Your first payout being more than 230, then this enterprise was profitable to you. You don't think of it as trading. Now, there's a lot of people that would challenge you, searching like, man, I'm a gifted mathematician. I talk about mathematics. There are people, they're like 99.9% of people on Twitter are low IQ and pretty much dumb. I speak at a level of mathematician, right? So this is me just analyzing numbers. That method I just mentioned, hypothetically, is it's a very easily exploitable fact that the reward is high and the risk is low. You want to spread out your bet as far as possible. Bet on everything. Why wouldn't you? If you had 12 horses racing in a race and it cost you $1 to bet on every one of them and the odds were 100 to 1, it would be stupid not to. You have 12 horses to bet on, $1 per horse. That's why the odds are never really like that, right? $1 per horse. You make 100 if you're right. There's only 12 horses. It costs you $12 to bet on all of them. You win 100 when you win. In this scenario, is a guaranteed win. You know, you have to think of it like that. And so with the odds being, with the price being so small and the potential payout being so big, it's almost makes sense to bet at every opportunity you have within reason, right? Not just infinitely buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip. But the stock market never just does this, right? Stock market always does this, even when it's falling. Even random buying can reward you some of the time. A strategy, obviously, you're going to do, but the mathematics of beating prop firms all have to do with understanding the odds of the game you're playing. Math Genius will tell you they exploit the firm more than they beat Wall Street and win the payout that way. Like 60-80% of your work is exploiting the weakness of the firm's risk model, rather than just trading to be good at trading. Because the prop firm's risk model is where you have to actually navigate for success. Do I buy or sell options? I do, Lars. I do options usually just for swing trading or hedging. On very rare occasions, I'll buy like a load of puts just to keep out of my position hedged in case I'm continuing to want along this. Do I want to, if we pop, maybe I'll take one final short to drop below here on MOC. We'll see. We expired today too because it's Friday. So we are trading higher with the lowering rest. Nasdaq is still up. Maybe I'm just okay, comfortable where I am. So the idea is like, right, you shouldn't just treat it like, oh, you lost your trading account. Oh, you lost your trading account. Every account is a different hand you're playing. Here's another example. You have 52 cards in a deck, right? And this is not what trading is like, but this is just the way to visualize it. 52 cards in a deck. Walk to a blackjack table. The cards are already dealt. There's a jack, a king, another jack, and a queen. And the other card is not flipped. And the dealer says, hey, how would you like to play my new game? It's called Already Dealt Blackjack. Cool, how does it work, bro? And he goes, well, pick one of these hands to bet. 52 cards in the deck, go ahead and play. You might say, maybe I'll just play one. First thing you'll say is, what are the odds? He goes, well, if you get it right, you get paid 10 to 1. Okay. So I can lose 9 times to break even on 10. Okay. All I need to do, and he says, and if you get blackjack, we're going to pay you 20 to 1. I'm just making up fake odds. In this scenario, how many hands would you play? You would play all 4 hands. Why? Well, because if you didn't get a jack, if you didn't get the ace this time, you have a 4 out of 48 or 1 out of 12 chance to get an ace. As your 52 minus the 4 that are dealt, you have 48 and 4 aces in the deck. 1 out of 12. You don't get it, or let's just do 4 out of 48 so it's easier to understand this. 4 out of 48 chance. Okay. So one of the cards is missing. Now this time, you didn't get the ace. This time the probability goes up even more. It's 4 out of 47 because there's 1 fewer card. And then 4 out of 46. As you play infinite amount of times, the odds go up and up and up that you get the card that you want. It's the same thought process. So your odds get stronger every time you play. If you lose, you better play again, and you better play again, you better play again. You only have to lose 19 times, and your 20th time pays you out. The odds are very low that you're going to lose 20 times in a row. When you have a 1 out of 12 chance, get the ace. Out of 12 hits, one of them is bound to be an ace. You're not going to lose 20 times most instances before you get an ace. So in almost every calculatable odd of this, the calculation says that you should be profitable by playing every hand every time, right? So when you trade prop firms, there are people that don't get it and there are people that get it. I like to think of one of the people that gets it. I see prop firms as a casino with odds you need to exploit in that particular. I see it like a game theorist looks at the mathematics of beating these things. I have a whole different layer of comprehension of how this world works than most people, especially most people on YouTube. They're just trading and staying within the confine of the rules. But there's a reason, you know, I won the ETF tournament first place. The reason I won Pat's tournament first place, 80% of it was exploiting the rules. 20% of it's being a good trader. Like, I know how to navigate the rules that you're playing. And I use those odds to my favor to win tournaments, to win at trading, to do a lot of stuff. And yeah, single deck blackjack, it's all math. Yeah, as Lars has said, right? And so in trading, it's almost the same thing. It's the idea that the market never falls straight down. And if it costs $1 to play, $1 to play, $1 to play, and 100 if it pays out, then strategically, you're rewarded just by continuing to play when it's cheap and then getting paid out to cover all your losses when you win. Now, that sort of martingale style strategy, it's not really, it's a thought experiment, right? It's not a real strategy. In math, we use things called thought experiments to help display the sort of methodology in an easy to understand way. Because markets don't just fall straight down or go straight up, you should spread out your bet all the time, because somewhere you're going to catch the wave, even randomly with no strategy. So copy trading removes that favorability you have of utilizing the fact that the market is random. The randomness will have noise. It'll bounce up and down randomly. If you put all of your eggs in one basket here, then you have a less probability of winning if you just bought 10 points lower, 10 points lower, 10 points lower, and 10 points lower, instead of putting all 5 at one spot. You're going to make more money spreading your bet out like this than all 5 at one spot. If you happen to win the lottery that one time with all 5 of those contracts, sure, your gains are going to be bigger than the person that spread it out. They won't make as much. Maybe one of their accounts made something and all 5 of yours did. But the odds of that happening are so rare that you picked that right spot to win. So on the rare occasion, one person will make a windfall from copy trading, but everyone else copy trading will lose a whole lot. But on average, of the whole set of people that don't copy trade make more money than people that do copy trade, because they at least take home something. It's a Nash equilibrium. They become a lesser win. The guy that copy traded and happened to win the lottery, 1 in a million, but that person 200x'd their money, which is like a lottery, very rare. Well, the average person that doesn't copy trade, they may 5x and 10x their money, but there's a whole lot more of them that at least make something than making nothing. They accept the lesser loss by taking lesser risk for lesser reward, but the reward is still 10 to 1 or 20 to 1. You guys follow what I'm saying? Y'all smell what I'm stepping in? Does that make sense? Spreading out your risk is key. You lose less. Like, if I was like trying to get you guys to blow up more, like to make more money as an affiliate, I would literally say copy trade, guys. Just copy trade, double down, put all 20 of accounts at one spot and just buy it. And if you blow up, just do it again, do it again. Like, when you lump it all together, your chance of failure goes way up. The fact that I'm telling you to take less risk is hurting my bottom line as an affiliate. I wouldn't even be saying that. Like, if I was driven by some kind of nefarious motive, I should tell you guys to copy trade so I can make some more money. You know what I mean? And there's people out there that understand that math like I do, and they tell you to copy trade because they want you to copy what they're doing, and then they can 20x their revenue. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody's like that. Most people are just ignorant to it, but there are people that understand the math and they purposefully know that you'll copy what they do. Matt equals math and engineering. Great mindset. Yeah. Last month, I would not think about shorting the market. Last month, I've been shorting it a lot. Not only short, but shorting it a little bit. Since December, it started showing me that the market's just not all going up at once. I'm mixing longing and shorting together. It's a little bit of both. Yeah. You know a secret to market your YouTube channel? Pretty simple. Go out there, buy 20 accounts with prop firm A, 20 accounts with prop firm B. Trade them both off stream. Long one, short the other. Show the winning one on your stream. Heck, if you're streaming them on stream, even if you lose, everyone copies you and they lose too, and then they buy up. Then you make all this money with your affiliates. Hey, that's pretty cool. And what if you win? Well, just promote it on Twitter. You made 100K that day. Then more people follow you. It's a no-lose scenario for a person on camera. Like I said, there's all kind of, I can just watch somebody stream and I can know what trick they're doing. But for me, I have one account on the screen. There's an account number. There's a balance. There's no trickery with that. There's nothing I can do to, there's nothing. It's the same account number, the same thing every day. So take a note. You guys start your Discords. That's just, I'm not talking about anyone specifically or anybody big or anyone small. I'm just saying in general, that's a tactic that I've seen people use out there. Amazing trick. Yeah. When you win, market it. When you lose, money falls in your lap. And then it's like, well, Microsoft did sell a little hard going to MOC, by the way. We did drop like I thought it would. Wasn't as big as I expected, but it dropped a little bit. 486. 466. Yeah. I'm okay with turning. I know I was up 20K this morning on this and I gave a lot of it back, but no, I'm not talking about anyone specific. There's a lot of small time Discord and YouTube people I've seen do that. Nobody big. Or saying like, is it Pat? I'm talking about Pat. I'm talking about anybody like that. No, not those guys. I'm talking about like a general concept is what mathematically, you know, there's people that know what they're doing. And they understand the game. And it's a really, like I said, it's a really smart way to, like I said, you understand the game and the game is rigged in your favor, then you're gonna work the game you're in front of. How much is somebody able to make in a 6-month period trading? Very open-ended question, because there are people that make nothing in 6 months. There are people that make millions of dollars in a week. I mean, it's such a weird spectrum. On average, you know, most people don't make money trading, right, on a long period of time. In a 6-month basis, it depends on how good you are and how much you're willing to invest. I can't make you any promise, of course, like, you know, in full honesty. As a new trader, it could take you 5 years to even make a little bit a month. If you're risking $1,000, you can make tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands if you're really good. If you're risking tens of thousands, you can lose all of it if you're really bad. On average, if you have like $100,000 account like I have, and you hit it as hard as I do, which is probably 3 times as hard as I should be hitting it, with this 100K, my expectation is to make 250-ish per month, like 2 or 3x. Right? That's what I expect with the risk I'm taking. And so I could scale that down. If I had a 10K account, maybe at best I can make 20, 30K that month. You know, not 100% and 200% gains are very rare. But in best case scenario, you know, you can have a killer month that's that big. But in reality, it's all what you're willing to risk and how much appetite you have and how lucky you are and how good you are. I mean, it's impossible to answer that question with any straight face and good answer for you. If you're asking that, most people ask that question. I've been in the business long enough to know most people ask that question because you're contemplating trading as a career, right? So, Sindra Stahl, like when people ask me that, you're not asking me that because you want to know anything other than, is this possible career path for me, right? Is that why you're asking? I've had enough people ask me, and that's usually why. Like, could I pay my bills off of this? This is usually the minimum. And I always ask people, like, what is your minimum? What are you trying to accomplish? And most people say, yeah, I'm just trying to pay my bills, or stay alive, you know, make a little bit of money. You've made 5K in 4 weeks and lost it all in a couple of days. Yeah, that's common. Like, and the expectation, I'll tell you, like, as far as you like getting into trading, it took me like 5 years where I felt comfortable enough to do it full time. Somewhere between year 3 and 5, I was having like, you know, a stride where I'm like, okay, I'm making money. All right, I'm doing okay. Then I'd lose some and I make some, but I was like, okay, I'm doing okay. But in like year 5, I looked back and I was like, I think I can do this full time. After I made my oil windfall, it was like, okay, I have enough money to do this full time. I'm ready to take the plunge. And, you know, it was like a transitional phase. The 3 to 5 years, and I'm finally comfortable. Remember, I was in that boat of that, what you said, that was me for many, many years. Like, it doesn't just fall in someone's lap to be good at trading. I had to go over a lot of emotional traumas and baggages to really get my hands like on this industry where I could actually feel like I can do it full time. 1553 today. Danny, let's go, man. Good job. Good job. But like I said, there's people, they're like people that are the best at this. They can make millions a month. I mean, there's people that are on YouTube that made $1 million last month, you know. Very rare, obviously. On average, most people are happy if they can make whatever covers their bills for the month, you know. And that's actually very doable if you have money to invest and you're good. It isn't a far reach to say if you have talent and you have exactly what your bill money is in a trading account, that you couldn't possibly cover your bills by maybe doubling that account with some high risk bets in that month. Not infeasible at all. But it's hard to accomplish. The odds are very, you know, low for someone to get that consistent with a 100% gain every month or whatever. Worse is when, yeah, you build your account for a month and lose everything on a Trump tweet. Yep. Okay, looks like we closed. I guess actually I'm glad when I took profit when I did, because we actually are right now a little higher from when I took profit at half cap, which is good. I'm glad I closed out. I didn't get the sell off I wanted, which is good. But man, I'm telling you, I did very good with that short. Literally got out of the way right here. I tried to short again, got squeezed, gave some of it back, then tried to short again and made it back. Yeah, y'all see me short a little bit more, right? You can, yeah, you're gonna see a little bit of that this month. They short oil to sort of COVID. I wasn't trading oil in COVID. No, I was shorting oil during the oil collapse a decade ago, during the shale oil boom. I shorted it when it was falling. Oh, see, I thought about that. Little Friday close action there. All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna get out of here. It's great hanging out with you guys. Always sub to the channel. We'll see you on Monday, bright and early. I got a huge party tonight, so those of you coming into town, if you're gonna be in Houston, y'all come out to the party. DM me your phone number, Sir Buck, and if you're here, I think I have your number. But you guys are gonna come out. We're gonna be partying all night, all morning. I'm gonna take a nap. Oh, I got a meeting. I got a meeting with the CEO of the fitness thing. All right. Somebody said it took them 7 months to make 200 a month. Got lucky, make 4K today. It took 15K and then there made 3K a month, around 150 a day average. Then worked Uber Eats. Opened another account, 15. Now you're at 6K. I like that journey. Like you're slowly going in the risk and expanding as you grow. I like that. That's really good. I like hearing people that did that. Have fun at the strip club. Don't breathe in when they get too close to your face. I don't want to get crabs on my eyebrows. You know what I'm saying? I don't get too close. Y'all have a good weekend, guys. We'll see you on Monday.